ひとひらに願いを乗せて指先から染まる黒よ絶望さえ愛しいほどに死神が微笑んだ手を伸ばしたら届きそうなの真実だと見えてる偽りに心がエラにさらわれるままに全てを失ってゆくせめてもう少しだけ終焉の花は血が彩る幻愛に流した命の後で交した瞳の奥に見つけたたった一つのニコリスの愛永遠にあなたを思
Okay, hello. I'm gonna grab something before we start. But hello, I'm Boxcats.
エラーサルベーション
So, hope everyone's been doing good. I'm a little late. I'm sorry about that. I lost track of time, and there was something I wanted to finish, and so yeah, I'm a little late. But yeah, as you can see, we're playing Virtue Evermore tonight. This might actually be our last stream before we completely finish the game. We only need Lucas and Yves' salvation. I think it only took us like 3 hours to do the last salvation, right? Mathesis? But I guess it really depends on where the story stops compared to where the salvation begins.
終焉のビルシ
With
ュ
options.
エラーサルベーション
But I did fast forward, so we're already at the very last question. So we can, you know, completely skip that part this time. I kind of sort of prepared, at least for Lucas. Yves kind of sort of, but not really. I need to get the guide up. Give me a second, and I want to get my uncle earrings. Found him. Alright. Okay, I'll let this play. Give me a second.
指先から染まる黒よ絶望さえ愛しいほどに死神が微笑んだ
If I could struggle with math this weight bracelet earlier. Oh, please stand. Now gotta be themed. We're already clean the dress, so we might as well do jewelry. Besides, if you don't look at it up close, it actually doesn't look bad. So. Alright, I have until the opening song ends to try to put this on.
命の後で交わした瞳の奥に見つけたたった一つのニコリスの愛永遠にあなたを思
終焉のビルシュエラーサルベーション
It's a little bit longer, and I probably could have. Or if I had like a hook type of. I should have put on like a hook type of like. Then I probably could have gotten it instead of a clasp. No, my mouth is bracelet. I made it too. I mean, it's the perfect size. It's just too short to put on myself. I should have considered this when we made it. Oh well. It's here in spirit. I could just do what I did last time and put in my shirts. So he's here in spirit. There we go. Besides, and it kind of looks like a jewelry set to the dress. Kind of cute.
終焉のビルシュエラーサルベーション
At some point, I may need to get up and grab more water, but I do have a juice. It's an iced tea. It's one of those, you know, those little powder packets they have at the grocery store. It's like a peach iced tea that has like a little caffeine in it. So hopefully that'll help keep me going tonight. Also, it's tasty. It's actually pretty tasty. I want to show you my background. I want to show you what I made for my So I have a hard time choosing a wallpaper for like my devices. But the other day I decided, you know what? The obsession is shut there. I love him enough to make him my wallpaper.
終焉のビルシュエラーサルベーション
Oh, I can just do this, I think. There we go, yay! That's my wallpaper. It makes me happy every time I look at it. Oh, I also made some little edits last night. I'll show them at the end. Or at least after we finish Lucas's route. Salvation thing. Although they are very spoiler-y for Anko and Adolf. So, I guess at that point, close your eyes. Or maybe I'll just do it at the end. That way, yeah, that way anyone who hasn't gotten that far can just cut the video off there. But yeah, I noticed something funny, so I needed to make an edit out of it. And that led to one thing, and that led to another, and then, you know, it just became a thing. And I made a couple different variations. It happens. This is something that kind of happens pretty... not pretty often, but when it does happen, it happens. Things are created. Like the Mathis not UPS. Mathis whatever you call this. I made a while back. Look, you can't deny you didn't think that when you saw it. Surely I'm not the only one. Make sure the chat works. Alright, yes it does. Forgot to put on lip gloss. Chapstick.
ベーション
Alright. So I had pasta for dinner tonight. It was really good. I do have leftovers, so I might have that later after stream, depending on what time it is. But it was very tasty. Made stuffed shells. You know, ricotta in the pasta shells. Alright.
終焉のビル
Make
シ
sure I have everything
ュエラー
going.
サルベーション
I believe. Alright, I want to check. Can the sound alerts work? I believe they can. How about this one? Okay, it works. I hear it. Maybe I should put on this one. But I mean, he is hot. They're all hot.
"終焉のビルシュエラーサルベーション
I'm just testing. Okay, I think that's fine. So far, I don't hear any double or overlay or anything, so I think we're fine. But yeah. Alright, so that is available. Alright. So I'm excited. I'm excited. Like I said, I don't know if we're gonna finish it or not. But if we do, this is very
終焉の
exciting.
ビルシュエラーサルベ
But
ー
if
ショ
we
ン
don't, we'll do it next week. Alright, so get my head in the game. Alright, one more check. Okay. Water, drink. Earrings. Switch controller. I think we're good. And the walkthrough, yes. There we go. I know what we could. I know what we need to do.
終焉のビルシュエラーサルベーション
Oh yeah, some good old birds up there. Speaking of them, the other day, not yesterday, but like the day before or something, I saw that the fan book for the other Vuche game, the one that's coming out in the fall, the fan book is coming out and you can buy like a bundle with like a whole bunch of like stuff. And I've been debating yes or no, because if I want to get the Cyan one, the Cyan themed one, I need it doesn't allow US residents or something. So I would have to get like one of those
エラーサルベーション
accounts where it like fakes your location and they like forward it to you or something. I forget how to explain it, but like, so it's like I'm debating still. Although Animate I did see had something, but it's just like a keychain of each character. Which I guess I could, but I don't know. I'm debating because I already spent so much on stuff. And I still need to buy the game when it comes out, which I still don't know if it's gonna be just for the Switch store or if it's gonna be actual physical copy. Hopefully eventually we'll know. But yeah, I'm worried there's gonna be like a limited, like a special bundle for the
終焉のビル
Vuche
シ
something like Risk
ュエラーサルベーション
game. The fan desk. The Vuche fan desk. There we go. And then I'll have like spent a bunch of money on like the fan book and won't be able to afford the special bundle of the game. Yeah, I think this. So yeah, I'm still in debate about that. But yeah, that is the thing. There's now a fan book recently came out, or well, it's available for pre-order now. More technically, it's not actually out, but you can sign up for pre-order for it. And I think it's like a first come, first serve. Like until they run out type of thing. So that makes it all the more like, do I, don't I, do I, don't I? So, that's something I've been debating on. Maybe it helped me learn Japanese. Maybe I could practice with the book. I do want to learn Japanese. I don't know it, but I would like to learn. It just, I don't know where to start. Alright. so yes. This is where the, we can, start the salvation routes. More or less, at least. Okay, so for those who... Okay, so I'm gonna give you a backstory on what's happened so far in Lucas's route, so you can kind of understand this scene. But anyone who doesn't want to listen to that, when I'm done, I'll put my hand up like this, okay? Okay, so, now we're going. Okay. So, well, okay, so Lucas is Burrow, you know, the serial murderer that's been... He's working for Capuchin, who's a crazy psycho scientist. And kind of sort of a pedophile. We don't like him here. And, he has a sister named Nadia, who is sickly. So she's in the hospital. So the reason that he's under, like, Capuchin's control is because Capuchin is a doctor, head of a hospital. And he's financially supporting Nadia in, you know, treating her. So that puts Lucas in a spot where he has to do with what Capuchin says and become Burrow and kill people. And so he's put in a position where he has no choice if he wants to protect his sister. Also, he's dying. Because remember, in this game, at the age of 23, you're dead. He's, I think, 22? So he's not doing well. He's near the end of his life. And, now that he's near the end of his life, Capuchin decided, you know, I'm gonna jump the gun. He'll probably die tomorrow. And, I'm gonna go take Nadia and turn her into a monstrosity. For my own sick little, scientific experiments and make her my wife. Like I said, pedophile. And you know, there's survivors in the story, you know. So Capuchin replaced Nadia with a reviver here in this room. Oh yes, and Lucas, he's not... Him and Nadia, they don't really want to become revivers. They're still normal humans right now. Or she was. You know, they want to die naturally. They don't want to, you know, unnaturally expand their lives using technology and whatnot, and lose their emotions. So they're kind of a part of a group that's kind of against doing that. So by Capuchin turning Nadia into one of those against her wishes or her brother's wishes, Lucas kind of went a little crazy, and he kind of killed the fake Nadia. And that's why he's covered in blood. Or he was about to. I forget if before or after, but that's basically what's happening in this scene. So, alright. Alright, we're good. We're back. Okay, so, I explained what was going on to anyone who wanted to, be caught up so far. And now we will continue. Okay. Okay, so we're supposed to say support him, which, I mean... Support his decisions, or support him emotionally? Emotionally, yeah, let's do it. decisions, mixed feelings. Yeah, so, but we're supposed to say support him, so we'll do that. I quickly held him as he began to stumble. We need to pray for now. Oh yeah, and Lucas is very religious. And a teacher, so yeah.
君の言う通りですね。私には嘆く権利
So
すら
then we're after.
ない。
I really hope Nadia sure as hell better be okay. I mean, this is supposed to be a good end, so she should, right? I love Nadia. She's so sweet. She is a sweet little angel. So anyone who touches her needs to die. He slowly lowered his arm, with the dagger in hand. He had shouted so much that he didn't want to kill anyone anymore, but regarding the reliver in front of him, the person who looked like his younger sister, he was distraught over killing her without any hesitation. I grabbed the collar of the doctor, who showed us the pledge on Lucas's behalf. Oh yeah, like, if you want to become a reliver, you have to, you know, in order to stop someone to force and become one against their will, you have to sign a form. And I would assume that Capuchin signed it for her, or, you know, forced her. Where did you take Nadia?
ですから同意のもとリライバーに。
Liar. There's no way a person who kept true to her feelings would decide to become a reliver in such a short time span. Even if she did, she would never have done so without contacting Lucas.
さすがにこの程度の言い訳で騙されてはくれないか。
Fuck you. The man had a small transmitter attached to his white coat, and what came through it was a familiar voice.
カプシーヌ。
あれほど従順だった君がなぜ私の言いつけを破ってまで侵入したのか疑問だったが。
Oh yeah. And previously, Capuchin did something to Lucas that made him go a little crazy. Made him lose it. But he fought through it and broke it, and he's kinda sorta normal. At least for now, you know?
君の影響だったか、セレス君。いやはや、愛の力とは寒々しくて恐ろしい。
The power of love conquers all.
そのまま寿命でのたれ死ねば、都合が良かったというものを。
Satisfactory for him, not us. I love how he opens his mouth and he's supposed to not be saying anything. His hateful words were being directed, not at me, but at Lucas.
だがまあその執念を評価して本物のナディアに再会させてあげようじゃないか。
Nervous.
やはりナディアは生きているんですね。
もちろん今は私の個人的な研究室でゆっくりと休んでいる。
That doesn't comfort me. That doesn't comfort me at all.
場所を案内するから目の前の男から通信機を受け取り誘導に従ってくれ。
The man emotionlessly handed the transmitter to Lucas. He took it and latched it onto his clothes. Got something in my throat. It was risky to trust him like this, but we wouldn't know where it took Nadia unless we followed his instructions. Which meant we had no other choice.
セレス君、君はここで。
I'm going to.
しかし
I care about her as much as you do. I appreciate your concern. But even if I didn't go, I might be abducted by someone here since the hospital is managed by the Society. More importantly, I came here to see Nadia. I have no intention of leaving until I can confirm she's safe. He must have known I wouldn't bend, no matter what he did.
無茶だけはしないでください。
No promises at all.
いざという時は迷わず私を見捨てて逃げるように。
He spoke sternly, and then,
ごめんなさい。君も遺伝子上は確かに私の妹なのに。
are you? Did I forget something? I mean, I guess everyone is. They probably all came from the same source. You know, if you go way, 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 way back. Oh, he's talking about the Reliver, Nadia. Sorry, I thought he was talking about us. I'm like, I guess, technically, maybe? Did they reveal that at some point and I forgot? Because, I mean, technically, all of us, or a lot of us, are actually related. If we go way, 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 way back.
本当に私は薬一つにも打ち勝てないどうしようもない男だ。
I mean, not really. That's not an easy thing to fight. You're just a normal human with super strength. He covered the body of Reliver Nadia with the bed sheets and offered a prayer of repentance. Lucas then held my hand. We headed through the hospital, with just our footsteps making any sound. This was the second time I was at the Society's true base of operations. Is it? Whose route was it that saw and burst through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man? I think that was Lucas's. Or is that actually coming up, or does that not happen this time? I don't know. But it was funny. But this is a really creepy place. You got beds with chains for hands and feet, connected to wires, and computers and technology. Previously, in those red pillars, there were bodies. Was that thing destroyed before? What even is that thing? Looked like a boat. An ark? Why do I have a boat? History? Lore! But what I saw was much different from what I could recall before. No one's here.
実験体として利用されていたリライバーまで姿を消していますね。
Yeah, like I just said. I'm gonna also take these out. I need them now. I need this. I was able to avoid seeing the horrors of the experiments, but the silence was even eerier.
そのまままっすぐ。そうだね。先日彼女を拘束していたあたりまで来てくれ。すぐそばに他のものよりも光が弱い照明がある。その真横、右側の壁を3回ノックすると。
Oh yeah, I think they took Ceres at one point. I think that's what they're referring to. I kind of forgot. We followed the instructions given through the transmitter, and Lucas knocked on the wall. Suddenly, a rectangular outline appeared.
本部にこんな隠し通路が。
Well, that's why they're called hidden passages. It seemed even the closest to Capuchin were unaware of the hidden route leading deep into the facility.
ここまで来れば案内は不要だろう。ナディアも愛しいお兄様の到着を心待ちにしているよ。
I'm scared. The transmission from Capuchin suddenly came to an end. It seemed like he had no intention of talking to us again until we arrived. Beyond the door was a dark passage with no end in sight. Lucas walked through the passage ahead of me and soon we ended up in front of an old door. Lucas took a breath, then put his hand against the door. He slowly opened it and stepped into the deepest part of the Society's secret base. I hate this place. I hate this place. This place is the worst. Y'all remember that Black Butler episode? You know, with the children dolls that were actually made out of real children? This reminds me exactly of that. I hate this place. Light shone in our vision. Also, I think the new season for that dropped recently. Inside the well-kept room were a number of medicines organized into multiple cabinets. My eyes caught sight of the pale dolls that could be found everywhere I looked. They stared at us in silence. It's hell. That's what it is. What is this place? What I saw at their facility was much worse, but this room was incredibly unsettling. I looked around to see why, but found nothing. Nothing! Do you see the children there? Not moving? Turned into dolls? Mannequins? I don't think he just has mannequins of children lying around his room. His lab. No, not normal ones. The devices I saw here look similar to what was used in the other facility.
ようこそ私の自慢の研究室いや美術館へ
Ew, I hate this place. I know I keep saying that, but... Ew.
ここへ支援者以外の人間を招くのは初めてだ心から歓迎しよう
I thought he didn't know who his supporter was. Unless he had allowed his supporter access, but never actually went in with him. Or his supporter was in disguise. So, you know, just one of those black robes with a hood. No one will know who you are. Lucas stepped forward, with his guard up as blood dripped from his body.
カプシーヌ。
教祖様とはもう呼んでくれないのだね残念だよ君のことはずっと昔から弟同然に思ってきたというのに
That's bullshit.
私もあなたや先代教祖のことを兄のように信頼いえもう信じておりましたですがこれまであなたたちが私やナディアにしてきた仕打ちをすべて思い出した以上もう献身を捧げることはできません
Basically.
ナディアはどこですか答える気がないというのなら
Lucas clenched his fist with power and imitated Capuchin with his words. Intimidated.
おお怖い怖い今砕かれるのはさすがに困る私の体は少々特殊でね 新たなものを用意するにはそれなりの手間や時間がかかるんだ。
A new body? I wondered if that meant he created new bodies for himself in the past. It almost sounded as if... Capuchin, don't tell me... You're the leader of the Society of Exorcists? But you're a reliver?
ああ、かれこれ40年以上は教祖を務めさせてもらっているかな。
He nonchalantly answered my question that would shake the foundation of his teachings.
バカな。
Nothing is impossible,
あ
Lucas.
りえない。
It's been a long con, a long, long one.
教団の教祖は寿命を迎えるたびに指名制で完全なる別人に引き継がれていくはず。
Maybe you should have like a voting instead.
現に私を拾った先代とあなたの容姿は似ても似つかない。
Yeah, because just naming someone, there could totally be like corruption there or unfair treatments of like a, you know, not one who deserved it or worked for it or like lives up to the beliefs, but someone who just like, you know, has connections with the current minister or is like blood related, or I feel like just by handing down a title there's room for corruption. And it'd be better if they just like voted. Because then he wouldn't be this.
彼は確かあ、まあようやく見つけた。君がリュカ・プルースト君だね。
Dun dun dun! I'm gonna have fun tonight. Let's do this.
もう大丈夫だよ。私たちと共においで。
こんな声色だったかな。懐かしいね。あの日はとても寒い夜で、君も風邪をひきかけていた。
And Lucas's life has been turned around. It was all planned from the very beginning. The person who he thought was helping him? Everything was planned from the very beginning. Those words of salvation that were spoken by the previous minister to bring Lucas to the society. But the current minister was saying it in the same voice as the previous minister. Lucas stared in shock. But I thought it was impossible to create relivers with different appearances.
厳密には不具合が生じるので作ることを禁止されているだ。理論上だけで言えば可能なのだよ。無論カプシーヌという身分や名前もすべて偽り、我が名はオーティ。あの傲慢なる男に一度は底辺へと落とされた。
Honestly, he chose himself. You're the one who played with, who stepped into territory that should have never been stepped into. He kidnapped, from what I recollect, he kidnapped kids and used them as experiments. And that's why he was set to be executed, fired from the research institutes. and somehow got away. And now we're here.
この世で最も遺伝子という存在を愛する男だ。
Too much. There is such thing as too much. Backstory. So, a better explanation. This is the story of a man fascinated by the arts found within the human body. He was born into a family of farmers in Coing, with an appearance much different from now. When I was young, my parents passed away from the curse at 23 because they didn't have money to become relivers. Fortunately for me, I was more intelligent than the other kids my age. So I was allowed admission into the special school, where the children were trained to one day work as researchers at the institute. Researchers were given special treatment in this country, given priority to the process of becoming relivers. I majored in genetics, the most difficult and important subject, to earn the money and status to gain the right to become a reliver. I studied day after day, staring at the phantasmal genes depicted in my textbooks. My efforts were rewarded. I was invited to join the institute and given the means to escape from the curse of death through reliver technology. Since then, I plan to become the very best that no one ever was. But it was then that I saw for the first time real genes that weren't just a diagram in a textbook. The double helix containing a wealth of information to create life was so beautiful.
なんて素晴らしい。
It's good to like your job and be very in it. But there's a certain point where you just need to stop. I trembled before it, moved to tears. Yes, it was that very moment. I was completely captivated by the mystery and majesty of human genes. From then on, my life changed. My parched soul was finally nourished, and I did everything to keep them by my side. I spent days and nights on my research. Before long, I rose through the ranks and was allowed to conduct my own research. I then focused on a particular subject. I was mesmerized by a woman who possessed a unique element that others didn't.
わあ、何度見ても美しい。
So beautiful.
同じ人間だというのに、コードされた情報がわずかに異なるだけで、遺伝子はここまで美しくなるのか。
Was supposed to be the same, yet just a slight variation of the genetic code can make genes this beautiful. But
私の愛する遺伝子たちが23年ごとに死滅するなど、あまりにも耐え難い。
they're not yours, they belong to whoever owns them.
どうにか遺伝子たちだけでも守り続ける方法はないだろうか。
After extensive thoughts, I came up with an idea of creating a new breed of human. I've seen that breed of human. We saw it in the Spirit End. It's not normal. It's not right. I used technology to my advantage. I edited and combined multiple genes, modifying my creation so that they can endure curse. I then altered life I created into the vessel that would contain my precious genes.
これだ。
Eureka! The original genes I modified did experience some after effects, but it was nothing in comparison to their preservation. But then,
趣味ならよそでやれ。
enjoy your hobby somewhere else. He dismissed my work like it was nothing. The man was seen as a god, loved by the heavens as a true genius. That man was the oldest survivor, and this country's savior, Sign Brofis.
人間を延命させるために遺伝子を研究している施設で。
The Institute is dedicated to researching genes to extend human life.
遺伝子のために人間もどきを作るバカな研究がなぜ必要とされると思っている。
I have no use for foolish experiments that create fake humans simply for the sake of genes.
大体だな。お前が数年かけて完成させたこの尊き研究とやら。
Let me add, this precious research of yours took you years to complete.
かつて俺が1週間程度で構築し、使えないと捨ておいたものとほぼ同じだが。
I constructed the roadmap for a similar idea within a week, but tossed it out as something useless. All your years of hard work. What's humiliation? The idea I sought wasn't even a stepping stone for the genius loved by God. And that's something you just gotta accept. But hey, what what doesn't do, not can't. You can focus on. Although don't focus on this, focus on something else, something more productive, something that will actually help. You know? I feel like that'd be a better idea. Good to love the field you're in. But you know, don't go too far. But years later, someone found value in my work. I would like to support your research. I would rather support your ambitions than help Sign Brofis with his eternal loop of stagnation. As a researcher at the Institute contacted me to offer support. With his cooperation, I abducted humans and relivers from the slums to use as test subjects for my experiments. But my activities were discovered and reported to Sign Brofis by that crafty little boy who became his confidant. I was kicked out of the Institute and sentenced to death. But my supporter pulled strings to help me escape before my execution. I successfully hid myself amongst a recently established Society of Exorcists. He didn't conduct his research on human genes to save humans. He was trying to protect the genes he liked, and used humans for his mad experiments.
その時極刑が果たされていれば
Yeah. A lot of lives would be saved. Like, a lot. Capuchin ignored Lucas's muttering and continued. Our founder led a group, and we now know who the founder is. Our founder led a group of researchers to conduct their research from a different angle to find the reason behind our short lives.
あちらには劣るが、ここの設備を乗っ取ることができれば、研究を再開することができる。
We might not have everything we need right now, but if we took over this place, then I could restart my research. I immediately put an idea to action.
あくまでも人道的な範囲での研究を。
Only research as it is to humanely do.
どれだけ研究に行き詰まろうと、他者を巻き込むことだけは絶対に許しません。
No matter how difficult your work may become, do not involve others in a manner that goes against humanity. Honestly, that should be, just basic knowledge. Pathetic. So pathetic that I killed our idealistic founder in a way that made it look as though she died from some illness. Then became the next minister as a real human. I deceived the followers and sometimes used drugs to brainwash them into preaching about the dangers of relivers. He really is a horrible person. The perfect hideout was constructed. No one would expect a reliver-hating organization to create relivers for use in their experiments. But then a problem occurred. Turning the organization into an anti-reliver group required me to change my identity. After all, my appearance and age were fixed as a reliver, which would cause unnecessary commotion amongst the followers. So I used the experimental records that the founder left behind. Reading her notes surprised me beyond belief, and I now understand why she had those notes. Although I don't know why she had them with her. Why didn't she just leave them with Cyan? It seems she herself had reasons to hide her true identity, which was that she was actually a reliver. I assumed it was because, like me, she was a criminal on the run. She discovered a way to change the appearance of relivers while minimizing the risks associated with such modifications. She wrote, "It is possible to change one's appearance, at the risk of creating clones with bugs and damage to its functions and memory bank. The backup data contained a person's genes. So what she did was keep 99% of the genetic data as is, then change the remaining 1% by replacing the genes with someone else's. By doing so, she was able to successfully create a clone possessing a different hair color and facial features. I immediately put her work to action. I timed myself so that I could die at the right time to prevent suspicion that I was a reliver. I then created different clones, using them to become the next generation of ministers. I made it look like I was passing the torch to the next minister, but I remained its head. I doubt I need to explain the rest. I used the devout believers and sometimes fanatical followers as cover, so that I could obtain all the blood and hearts I needed to conduct my experiments.
そのためには使える駒が必要だ。
In order to do that, I needed a pawn. I hired assassins for the role, but I sought someone more efficient, and that was when a letter from my supporter arrived. The supporter informed me of an existence that even Cyan Brofires wasn't aware of. He was from the Proust family, renowned for their strength and dedication to guarding the royal family. It seemed he was the strongest amongst them. A true monster who was born to kill. The child named Lucas Proust. I saw an opportunity when he left home with his younger sister. I offered salvation while keeping them in captivity. I brainwashed him thoroughly, planning to use him until he died from the curse.
今に見ていろ、シアンブロフィワーズ。
Cyan Brofires, you are such a fool.
私が生み出した生命こそが新たな人類と呼ぶにふさわしい存在だ。
The life forms I create are the only ones worthy of being the new human race. No. That's not a human race then at that point. It's a whole totally different kind of race. Unless the ones he was creating then are more human than the one he created in the Despair End, or hopefully the Despair End. It just is the Despair End and not... I hope it doesn't happen. Please. Capuchin spoke to us about a man from the past. A man who held a grudge towards Cyan. A man who saw beauty in genes and worked to bring to life only the genes he adored. Those 2 points were the only things that moved Capuchin. He had no interest in fighting the curse whatsoever.
随分と長く語っていましたが、
He did speak for a while.
結局
My throat is dry.
すべてはあなたの私欲と自己顕示欲を満たすための過程や方法に過ぎなかったということですか。
Ultimately, you're saying you only ever cared about glory and satisfying your own desires? Meaning the ritual you ordered Lucas to do after killing the Relivers was...
予想通りリュカ君をはじめとした信徒たちを納得させるためのカモフラージュだよ。
There was no point to it. It's basically just to help Lucas feel better about what he was doing. To give a reason. Or... Nah, just feel better. But, I mean... Yeah. I mean, you're still murdering someone, so you're still killing a person, so... Even a prayer isn't gonna help. You still did the deed. Yes, there was a charade to convince Lucas and the followers of the importance of it. Oops.
私としては実験に使う遺伝子血さえあれば十分だったのだが
To be honest, I only need blood for my gene modification experiments, but...
かの支援者がなぜか変死体の隠滅や心臓の提供を必要に求めるものだからね
My supporter is strangely adamant about obtaining the hearts and hiding the bodies. Who is your supporter?
さあどこの誰かは私も知らない奴とのやりとりは手紙や部下を介して行っているのでね
Who knows? We've been communicating through letters that were delivered to me by my subordinates.
研究所に所属していた時ならば交流があったかもしれないが
Perhaps that person was someone I knew from my time at the Institute. Perhaps?
異なる容姿のリライバーに生まれ変わった際の記憶と肉体の齟齬による欠落の影響で
You see, changing a clone's appearance means the memory that is downloaded won't match the body's data exactly.
私の記憶は一部欠落しているのだよ
So a part of my memory is missing. That is inconvenience.
だから彼
So he doesn't remember what he looks
彼
like.
女どちらだったか支援者の顔や名前はまるで知らないんだ
I simply can't recall their face or their name. Well, that's very convenient for them. He spoke as if trying to recall the memory of an old friend. Unlike Lucas, who was brainwashed, this person knew that their actions were evil, yet showed no remorse about it. And now, Lucas and I both felt an ominous unease. Lucas suddenly began to speak, as if to shake off the feeling.
あなたの身勝手な過去とナディアに一体何の関係が
So what does your selfish past have anything to do with Nadia?
時間稼ぎのつもりならば無駄で
If you're trying to buy time, it's not.
君の人質とするために引き取った。ナディア・プルースト。
I took in Nadia Proust in an effort to hold you hostage.
部を司るプルースト家に生まれながら正反対の虚弱を得てしまった異例の存在。
She was born a Proust, but unlike those from the family, she was born with a terminal weakness that made her unique. Lucas's shoulders twitched.
私はかつてそんな彼女に興味を惹かれてね。試しに血液検査をしてみたところ。
I was very interested in her unique circumstances, so I took some of her blood to investigate.
なんと彼女は遺伝子疾患があり、さらにはその原因となる遺伝子が。
I found out she had a rare genetic disorder. Even more surprisingly, the genes causing her disorder were
私が今まで見たこともないほど美しいことが判明したのだ。
absolutely beautiful beyond belief. Unlike anything I've ever seen.
そう、一目惚れだ。
She's 12. She's 12. It was love at first sight.
私はあの少女が持つ遺伝子に燃えるような恋をしている。
I am madly in love with the genes that make up her body. She's fucking 12! That face is so unnerving. Like, seriously. The ominous feeling finally manifested in the worst possible form because of Capucine.
恋
Love? Not for Nadia, but he fell in love with the genes that were eating away at her body. The moment we realized what he was saying,
おぞましい
despicable. Lucas covered his mouth with his hand. I mean, can you blame him for feeling like this? I mean, imagine hearing someone talk about your younger sibling like that. It would feel... It wouldn't feel right. Especially, you know, again, she's a sickly child. He's an adult. And if you want to add how many years he's lived, you know, as a liver, then, you know, he's 60 technically. Or something like that. At least 40.
お前はこの8年間あの子をそんな狂った目で見ていたのか
You've been looking at her for the past 8 years in such an insane way?
しかも遺伝子疾患だと病名が分かっていたのに私やあの子に知らせもせず
And you knew she had this genetic disorder, but you did nothing to save her. Just like you didn't save me.
お前のような外道にナディアの遺伝子から髪一本まで捧げるものか
I won't let some lowlife like you have a single strand of Nadia's hair.
その言葉、そっくりそのまま返してあげよう。
I could say the exact same thing to you.
あんなにも楽しそうにリライバーを殺していた殺人鬼が今さら私を責め立てるのか
I'm being denounced by some killer who murdered relivers with so much joy.
それとも洗脳されていた自分には一切の非はないとでも
Or are you going to shift the blame to the brainwashing rather than yourself?
まさかお前と私は同類だ。
You're both in the wrong. You both need some. You both do. They both do need to be punished in some way by the law. Because Lucas did kill people. Capuchin is, well, the cause of a lot of things. And killed people. Also ordered him to kill people in the first place.
多くのリライバーを自分のために殺めてきた。救いようのないクズにして悪魔。
You're irredeemable scum. And a true demon for killing so many relivers for your own sake.
寿命を全うすることすらおこがましい。本来ならば今すぐにでも裁かれるべき人間でしょう。
You don't have the right to die of old age. Your judgments and punishments should be delivered immediately.
ですが
Do it, do it, do it!
その破滅にセレス君とナディアを巻き込むことだけは
We won't let you drag Nadia and Cerez into your path toward destruction. He repeats his first demand with murderous intent.
もう一度言う。これが最後の忠告だ。
I will say it once more, and this is my final warning.
私たちの妹ナディアを返せ。カプシーヌ。
Return our younger sister Nadia to us at once, Capuchin.
私と同等のクズであるお前が相手なら肉塊にすることにためらいはないぞ。
You're a scum just like me, so I will not hesitate to turn you into a lump of meat. The intimidation emanating from the strongest man in the country could not be matched. He would keep his word and strike him into the ground if Capuchin dared to refuse. He should do it anyway.
気の短いお兄様だ。
Let's just get to it. Let's cut his head off. My, what a short-tempered brother you are.
どうせならば祝福の言葉が欲しかったのだが。
He's crazy. If you were going to say something, I was hoping for words of blessings.
反対されているのなら仕方ない。これも我らに与えられた愛の試練か。
Then again, I suppose it can't be helped. I should accept this as a trial of love. Capuchin didn't seem intimidated by Lucas's words, and showed no sign of running. He walked toward the doll, leaning against the bed, and rubbed its cheek. Suddenly, the doll's pale skin molded to Capuchin's caress with his fingers. I thought it was some kind of doll, made of porcelain, but the doll's skin was strangely supple, and in a few seconds, the doll's cheek returned to its former curve. It was as if the doll had flesh like a normal human's.
君とは長年の付き合いだった。だが私もとうとう運命の人を見つけてしまってね。
He's dumping her. We've known each other for a long time, but I have finally met the one destined for me. I would think he dumped her like way long ago when he met Nadia.
よって君とはここでお別れだ。
And so I must bid you farewell.
安心したまえ。君が残してくれた遺伝子は彼女の中で永遠に生き続ける。
Don't worry. The genes you so dearly took care of are inside her forever. My mouth went dry in an instant. My heartbeat quickened, and a sense of unknowable fear took over. The doll slowly fell to its side, after Capuchin moved his hand away. So I'm gonna assume whatever... Well, first off, the doll. I assume he's talking about the one there by the bed. I'm gonna assume that is made with actual human flesh. And the genes of some actual human. Or maybe even it is still an actual human. Sort of. At least they're somewhat alive by that technology wires or something. Like, I don't know how it works, but it's not a doll. Although I don't know how just touching them and telling them, okay, we're breaking up, is gonna kill them. You know, like, I mean, emotionally, but do they have emotions? But like, but it sounds of the way he said it, it sounds like the doll died. So did he like pull the wires or something, or did he somehow find a way to use emotions to fuel these dolls to keep them alive? Or I don't know, like how does this work scientifically? Do I want to know? I mean, a part of me wants to know, but at the same time, well, yeah. Suddenly, from the doll's hands and feet, coagulated blood splattered upon the floor. Like I said, scientifically, how is that happening? The pressure in the room changed to silence. We looked around at the other dolls in the room. Upon careful inspection, we noticed that their arms and legs didn't exactly match each doll's body. It was as if they were created using parts from separate human bodies.
リュカ君、私はね、ナディアの遺伝子に恋をしたあの日から、
Lucas, ever since I fell in love with Nadia's genes that day,
彼女の遺伝子をすぐにでも自分のものにしたくてたまらず、
I simply couldn't hold back from making her genes my own.
君を利用しつつも、君が死ぬのをずっと待っていたんだ。
So I continued to use you to do my bidding, waiting for the day he would finally die. I'm scared. Footsteps echoed from the spiral staircase.
だから今回の発作で、ようやく君が死んでくれると思い、
I thought your most recent seizure would kill you, but
少々先走ってしまった。
it seems I acted prematurely. Yeah, like I said at the beginning, on the explanation. I heard dragging. I looked in the direction of the sound to discover a large thing covered with a cloth. No! That thing. It was walking slowly down the stairs, as if it was going to fall down. It finally arrived next to Capuchin.
さあ、私の美しい花嫁。
I hate this guy. Now then, my beautiful bride.
せっかくめかし込んだんだ。君の大好きなお兄様に晴れ姿を見せてあげなさい。
I dressed you to perfection. So why don't you show yourself to your dear brother? Capuchin pulled off the covering. From beneath appeared a doll-like being. It had unnatural white skin and wore a dress and veil dyed in red. I'm guessing that's blood. From one of its elbows, bulging veins wrapped around its arm and widened to become an unrecognizable hand. I noticed then that the dress was adorned with a garland of skulls and roses, probably real skulls. And the hair underneath the veil. Was the same color as the person next to me, whose eyes were wide open. I hate it here. A very creative dress. Made from the most disturbing materials, I suppose. Basically, I highly doubt a lot of that is fabric. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe I'm just thinking too darkly. But I feel like some of that might not exactly be fabric. But like human tissue. And now I'm wondering, did I not do it right again? That thing. It was a creature over 2 meters tall that was only part human.
どうだね、美しいだろう。これがナディアを核として私が作り出した新人類だ。
Yeah, that's the new breed of human he was talking about. You know, the one that should take over. Imagine a world where everyone looks like that. Or something similar. Something monstrous. With a couple human features. Isn't she beautiful? I've created a new breed of human using Nadia as its core.
今彼女の肉体には20以上の女性の遺伝子や部位が組み込まれている。
Her body is composed of genes and human parts from over 20 different women. Like I said, I highly doubt that fabric is actual fabric.
その代償として体躯は巨大化してしまったが、外見など私にとってはどうでもいい。
In return, her body did grow larger than I expected. But her outer appearance doesn't matter to me.
君もそう思うだろう。私の愛しい遺伝子の花嫁、ナディア。
If this is the good end, I want it to end with Nadia slashing him in half. Don't you agree, my dear genetic bride, Nadia? Give me a second.
suffer.
I think that played. Like I said, I hate it here. The moment he looked into the eyes of his sister, who was turned into a horrifying bride. Yeah. I almost heard a sound of something crack in Lucas's clear eyes. He broke. With a scream, he fell into despair. Can we come back from it? Alright, let's take a little break here from the despair, and let's go to the lab. It was slightly past midnight. As usual, the researchers were staring at the genetic data provided without concern for the personal health. It was the same with the deputy director, Donuts. His team's focus was on the hearts. Makes sense why I need the hearts. The next update will be coming soon. They needed to ensure that there were zero issues in changes in memory size or transferring emotions in the memory.
ブローの被害者が続出しても、うちはいつも通りの忙しさですね。
Looks like we're busy as usual, especially with so many of Barrow's victims.
リライバーがターゲットって言うなら、うちの研究所が真っ先に狙われそうですけど、有能な警備兵さんには感謝です。
Since he's targeting relivers, I thought he'd come after us. I'm grateful we have a dependable security guard. Just as he was thinking of what to bake to show his gratitude to them,
ダハと10秒で支度しろ。
Donut, be ready in 10 seconds.
警備兵たちを連れエクソシスト教団の病院へ向かう。第2部隊の指揮は任せた。
We're taking the guards with us to the Society's hospital. You lead the 2nd Brigade. There's still hope. There's still hope. If we're on the right path and things are gonna go the way I think they're gonna go, there's still hope. Cyan continued with a serious expression, saying that they were going to arrest some criminals.
え？検挙って、とうとうあの病院、法外的な治療費の件が咎められたんです？
If only it was as simple as that, honestly. Arrest? Only I can fix him. Maybe. I'm trying to see if I'm on the... I'm hoping I'm on the right path for the Salvation End. I think I did it right, but we'll see. And hello, Troa. Arrest? So is the hospital finally in trouble for their insane medical bills?
違う。以前胃潰瘍であの病院に入院していた男がいただろう。
No. Do you remember our employee being admitted there because of ulcers?
そいつがな、数時間前、なぜかリライバー化して研究所に戻ってきた。
A few hours ago, he somehow returned to the Institute as a reliver.
無事退院できたならよかったじゃな
Yeah,
いで
they
すか。
messed up by allowing him
な
to
んで
do
そんなこと
that.
で検挙なんて。
Or during all the confusion, he escaped and came back to the Institute. Isn't it a good thing that he came back safe and sound? I don't see why we have to go in and...
病院でリライバーか？
Did you just say
反リライバ
reliver?
ー組織が運営してるのに？
At a hospital managed by an anti-reliver cult? Don't act surprised, Donuts. You know this is a thing. Probably. More importantly,
機材もないはずなのに、どこで？どうやって？
I doubt they have the proper equipment to do such a thing. So how?
俺がクルーンたちから受けた協力要請が全ての答えだろう。
The request I got from Karun is the answer to your questions. He thought for a bit. Yves had reached out in search of a possible facility that illegally manufactured relivers. Which meant
あの病院がブローをリライバーとして蘇らせたってことですか？
Are you saying that the hospital revived Burrow as a reliver?
十中八九そうだろう。
I assume that's the case.
クローン体と入れ替えられた前の男は今頃ろくでもない目に遭っているだろうな。
A former employee who was replaced with that reliver must be experiencing hell now.
しかも見てみろ。奴が盗んできたこのカルテの筆跡よ。
Besides, look at the handwriting on the medical chart he stole.
筆跡？
This handwriting. He looked through the wrinkled papers. A sign said, the writing used to chart the notes about the patient looked familiar. Too familiar. It looked like the handwriting of a criminal from a number of years ago.
オーティさん。
Yes. The handwriting was strangely similar to the handwriting of the man who should have been executed for toying with life.
王族を問い詰めたらあっさり白状した。
The royal family finally spilled everything after I pressed them for answers.
当時極刑を受け護送中のオーティを警備を担当していた近衛兵が隙を突かれて逃がしたらしい。
What apparently happened was that Orti escaped when the soldier in charge let his guard down.
そしてその集体を別の近衛兵へとなすりつけ、今の今まで隠蔽していたそうだ。
They then put the blame on another guard and hid their failure from the public. That meant Donut quickly looked through the medical records once more. The handwriting was similar to Ortiz, but the name of the doctor responsible for writing the medical records showed Capuchin. It was the same doctor in charge of Nadia's care. That pervert who killed countless children under the guise of preserving genes for his own good. He was with Nadia every day?
僕、すぐに着替えます。オーティの確保はお任せしますので、僕は入院患者の保護を担当。
Yeah, I do believe that Donuts, while he is the one supporting Capuchin, I do believe he didn't realize that he was the doctor in charge of Nadia, or even some of the things he was actually doing. They probably had just basic communication, I would imagine. So he probably actually is unaware of some of the details of what's going on, and maybe actually is genuinely surprised. I'll get ready right away. I'll take care of protecting the patients, so please take care of Orti. Damn it. just as donut was about to run out. Oh well, we'll keep going. Maybe there's another place where the story can turn. An alarm sounded for the first time in years.
移せ。
All on? Science Command turned to displays to show what was happening outside. There on the screen, I might need to look at another guide. Because the last route, the option I followed the as they said to, and that maybe instead of support I should try the other option if this actually ends up not having worked. A certain image appeared through the security camera outside the institute. A carpet of red spread across the front gates. The powerful guards and the reliver staff working outside, they were all dead, with every limb sliced from their bodies. Standing amidst the horror was... Lucas Proust. He was there with a halberd that was used only by Barreau. He stood silently with an insane expression.
Nadia.
A part of me hopes we somehow did end up on the spare end route. But another part of me hopes I actually made the right decision and we're on the salvation route. But in that case, they're gonna have to find a way to fix Nadia. Lucas is probably gonna go to jail for life. And why am I blanking on his name? The one that's in love with Yves might be dead. Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna fix this. I mean, maybe Cyan could whip something up. He's smart. He's a brilliant scientist. Maybe he could fix this? Or maybe this is a permanent thing. Like, what, episode 3, 4 of Full Metal Alchemist? Lucas fell to the floor with his head in his hands, in front of what was once Nadia. She didn't move at all, even when he spoke her name. As for me, I still couldn't believe what I was seeing. No, I didn't want to believe it. I don't either! But she was just in her room. She looked so happy when she greeted us. So... why? Why did this happen? To someone so innocent and kind. All I knew was...
どうだね。私の妻となる人は美しいだろう。
Fuck you. What do you think? Isn't my soon-to-be bride beautiful?
この際だ。君のことを兄様とでも呼んだ方がいいのかな。
You're not making things better. While we're at it, perhaps I should call you brother as well. Punch him in the face! Now punch him in the dick! This man was the source of all that had happened. Yeah, he really is. He is the source of most of the bad things that happened in this series. You know, the ones that weren't Cereza's fault. Okay, at least the murders, which, you know, if he wasn't around, those would never happen. Cerez wouldn't be hated by the public nearly as much. And a lot of people would be alive. Including the Queen. Which that would make things like a totally different story, actually. Oh, what He threw his bloody dagger in a fit of rage. But Nadi used her beast-like claws to deflect the flying blade.
ナディア、なぜそんな外道をかばうのです。
It's not by choice.
ああ、言い忘れたが、彼女は君のことを覚えていない。支援者の紹介でダウンロードする記憶をある程度操作する面白い技術提供を受けてね。
My supporter introduced me to an interesting technique that allows me to control parts of the memory download process. I'm trying to think. Is that what Jean was doing with Mathis?
「彼女に偽りの記憶をすり込ませてもらった」。
So I implanted a false memory during her download.
彼女が覚えているのは私が自分の旦那様であるという一点のみ。
The only
ま
thing
とも
she
な自我こそ
knows
消失しているが
is that I am her husband. Nothing remains besides that.
だからこそ彼女はこの世界で唯一の拠り所たる私を命を懸けてでも守ろうとしてくれる。
Now that I am her one and only memory, she will try to protect me no matter what. With that, Capuchin lifted some of Nadia's hair with his hand.
やめろ。やめろ。
Yeah.
その子は私とセレス君の大事な妹だ。お前の花嫁などではない。
I want Capuchin to blow up again. When's that happening?
お願いです。ナディア、戻ってきてください。私はまだあなたに大切なことを何一つ伝えていない。
I'm just gonna do Cereza narration until I'm sure we have or haven't actually gotten on the correct path. The shortened time.
私のことを嫌っても軽蔑してもいいから。
His prayer wasn't answered. His bride saw a man trying to harm her husband, so she moved in to kill her brother. Her veins bulged as she raised her huge claw into the air. Seeing the reality of what was happening, I feel bad for him.
もう無理だ。
All he wanted to do was live with his sister in peace, like a normal human being.
これ以上は
But some sick dude decided to target him and his sister and use them for his own nefarious means. His voice lacked the will to live. I suddenly came to my senses and quickly reached out to the table next to me. I grabbed one of the containers that held some kind of liquid.
小娘、貴様。
I'm throwing it at you. Capuchin was too slow to react, as he probably didn't see me as a threat. Without much thought, I quickly started throwing the containers, filled with liquids between Lucas and Nadia. The liquids caused some kind of reaction. The room quickly filled with white smoke and an irritating odor so strong it was making me dizzy.
ナディア、近づくな。有毒ガスが発生している。
Nadia stopped upon hearing Capuchin's command. After coughing a few times, I grabbed Lucas's arm from where it lay limp on the floor. Stand up, Lucas. This is our chance to escape. Please stand up. I don't want to see you killed by Nadia, so please. He probably didn't have any fight left in him. Lucas slowly stood in a daze in response to my pulling on his arm.
"今度こそあの化け物は用済みだ。最後に仕込んでおいたあの暗示を使わせてもらおうか。せいぜい残り少ない命を使って私のためにリライバーを殺し尽くすといい。リュカ・プルースト。
Maybe Nadia will come back to her senses and kill Capuchin? Or the trigger won't work? I lent Lucas my shoulder as we did our best to leave the hospital. We fell into one of the nearby alleys the moment we made our escape. We somehow dragged ourselves through the alley, bruising our knees so that we could find a place to hide. There was no commotion, and I didn't see anyone coming after us. Maybe he left us alone because Lucas was close to death? My former teacher remained stunned and unmoving. I did my best to somehow get him here, but I was at my limit too. Nadia. 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 Despair and sorrow gripped my heart. I could only imagine the horrors Nadia must have experienced to be transformed into that gruesome body. I imagined her calling Lucas's name for help. I cried with an anguish, while Lucas showed no sign of emotion. A number of shadows appeared from above. The next moment, behind us appeared It can't be. I saw a silhouette as tall as the fake, who diverted suspicion from Lucas that night. The man with his face hidden slowly walked toward Lucas. He then grabbed his head and slammed him onto the ground. Wait, what are you I tried to stop him, but someone struck me hard on the temple. I lost my strength and crumpled to the ground. Yep, and he's gonna inject the thing. He was touching Lucas's neck to check his pulse. He then took out a familiar syringe. No! I extended my hand, but it was too late. The needle pierced Lucas's vein. Slowly, the liquid was injected into an invitation to madness. I tried how to... Not that. I just wanted regular auto. So I could look up the correct guide or see what I did wrong. So this one? No? No. Okay. Ever since I was a child, I could only cause destruction. Except for my precious treasure, who used to innocently hold my hand. My vision exploded in white, and in the next moment, she had turned into a monster. Why? All she wanted was to live like a normal person. Why did she have to be remade into a deformed mass? The dark emotions I suppressed returned to defile my heart. A lot of hate. I hated everything that took her life. I couldn't blame my husband. The asshole. Why was his mind so clouded? I couldn't remember the person I should hate.
誰か
Someone.
私からあの子を奪った元凶を
Please tell me who took her life.
私が復讐すべき相手を
On whom I should take vengeance.
ならば
Wrong
教
one!
えよ
Allow me to tell you.
すべてはあの悪魔どものせいだ
It is all because of those demons. I could hear a voice similar to mine, from some unknown location.
リライバー技術さえなければ
If it weren't for Reliver technology,
あの男が遺伝子に見せられることもなく
that man
ナ
would
ディア
not
が
have
作
succumbed
り
to
変えられる
genes
こともなかった
and changed Nadia to who she is now.
故に憎むべき元凶はリライバーそして開発者であるシアン・ブロフィワーズ
Therefore, you must hate Relivers. Hate the one who created them. Cyan Brofies.
復讐を望むのなら奴らを殺せ
If you seek vengeance,
一人残らず根絶やしにしろ
Kill them all. Do not let a single one escape.
奴らを殺してお前がナディアの無念を晴らすんだ。
Kill them. Kill them to bring Nadia's soul peace. Yeah, that's not. Nadia's a sweet girl. She wouldn't want him to kill people. He should know this. I don't know what I did wrong. That was wrong. Yeah, killing would only sadness her and Nadia. It's enough. It's enough already. You've already done your very best. I wondered, when did my student become so precious to me? She said Nadia was sweet and wonderful after they first met. She didn't think of her as a poor soul like everyone else that saw her. My dear beloved, the sins I carry would never disappear, but I didn't want to defile my body that she willingly embraced with blood. My resolve quickly vanished upon feeling a sharp pain run through my neck. Her image and voice melted into the darkness. I tried to reach out to her, but realized that I couldn't move. The command to kill slowly seeped into my mind with every wild heartbeat, and my pulse sped up, and my mind went numb. All my precious emotions and memories were being swallowed whole by the torrents of heat.
やった私はナディアだけではなく彼女への思いすら
Am I going to lose even my feelings for her after already losing Nadia? I can no longer conjure the memory of her warm embrace.
ああこれが本物の神が私に与えた罰だというのか。
So this is the punishment I'm receiving from the real God. I see.
ただ裁かれるよりもはるかに苦しく
This is much more unbearable
耐えがたい
than simply being judged. With a final wail, my love was swallowed by hatred. Okay, he walked away. Lucas! I somehow got back to my feet and rushed over to shake him to consciousness. But his breathing was shallow and his face was pale. After numerous seizures, his mouth was covered in blood. I wasn't sure why they let us go, but first I needed to have Lucas get some medical treatment. My only hope now is to find a doctor. As I tried to lift Lucas onto my back, the light from a candle lit the area. These poor guards. I mean, the royal guards are kind of shit, but hey, these guys were gonna help us, and now they're gonna die.
禁止の通達が全区に届けられているだろ
Two large men with the royal guard appeared in front of me. I raised my voice at our unexpected fortune. Please help! He lost consciousness. I didn't have time to think about who I was asking for help. The men looked unhappy with being bothered by a commoner like me. But then...
おい、そっちの男、血まみれじゃないか。まさか、ブローに襲われたのか。
The person, he's covered in blood. Were you two attacked by Burrow? His expression changed immediately. as he misunderstood the situation. But if that actually was the situation, then you know they're actually okay, these guards. But, you know, that's not the situation, so...
なんだと小娘、何があったのか事情を聞かせてもらうぞ。
What? Girl, you're gonna tell us what happened later. Of course. But please, can we take him to a doctor first?
病院ならば目の前にあるだろう。そこで治療を受ければ。
There's a hospital nearby. We could take it there and... Well, I went to get a doctor from there earlier, but... They kicked me out, saying that they didn't want to get involved with Burrow. The two nodded, readily acknowledging the lies I spoke naturally. The two tried to lift Lucas up, first crouching to the ground when... A shimmer. I heard something cut the air. Petals of blood bloomed across the ground in the walls. Huh? The two fell to the ground as blood flowed from their necks. Rip, Royal Guards. Oh, this one says to do the same thing. This was somewhere before? Let's keep going. Maybe. Probably not, but we'll just keep going. We're close. Lucas was slouched to the ground. But I looked at his fingertips. His cleanly cut nails were covered with warm blood. He needs to clip those. Lucas? He sliced their necks with his nails. A single swoop killed 2 trained soldiers. I held my breath. He slowly raised himself back up to his feet. Would it even be possible for a person to kill someone with their nails? Like by slicing them with their nails? Yeah, we go crazy, Lucas. It's like the good end for them as they both die. His mad laughing pierced the night sky.
何が神だ。私はもうそんな不確かなものに惑わされ。
God, I am no longer deluded by such uncertainties. His pupils dilated while his beautiful irises contracted.
リライバーさえ
Livers?
命を使い捨てもてあそぶ技術さえ
If that man had created the technology that spat upon my
作ら
life,
なければ私とナディアは普通の人間として死ぬことが
Nadia and I may have been able to
で
die
き
as
たか
normal
も
humans.
しれない罪のない身で
Could have met Ceres clean and
セレ
sinless.
ス君と出会う
You need to blame Capuchin. He's the one that started this. Lucas? Yeah. Hello, Farah. Goodbye, Farah. Yeah. The only thing his eyes exhibited now was hatred. He must know that what he was going to say, what he was saying, is a desperate wish. His regrets spilled out in fitful heaves, and at times seemed to come out as questions. His sanity had completely deteriorated. He then mumbled as he breathed heavily. Yes, you want to kill. I get it.
私たちの悲劇に関わるすべての存在を
We'll bring an end to the existence that caused us despair.
私が
And I will kill every last one of them.
殺し
Please wait! He quickly leapt onto a nearby roof, like a ninja. I quickly turned to prepare myself to run through the alleys when a certain figure appeared.
だから言っただ
Uncle,
ろ
thank you!
あの男が危険だと
I told you before that man is dangerous. Uncle? The Watchman of Death, who was supposedly killed and buried, came back to life and was now restraining me by the arm. It kind of hits different now that we know more about Anko.
あの日もこんな風が吹いていたわね。
The wind was blowing like this back then too.
よかった。まだ起きてたのか、マム。
There you are. I'm glad you're still awake, Mother.
あら見ろ。こんな遅くにどうしたの？
Milo, what are you still doing up?
チビたちが一斉に飛び起きて庭に出たいってうるせえんだ。
Well, the kids all woke up and keep talking about going outside. Again, I've said this every time we've done this end. Why are the children wanting to go outside at night?
施設の外には出ないから散歩がてら連れてってもいいか？
I know we're not allowed out, but can we at least take them into the yard?
ダメよ。我慢させなさい。
No. You children need to stay inside.
だよな。ブローに狙われたら絶対全員死ぬだろうし。
Yeah, figured. If Burrow comes around, we're all dead.
ええ。それもあるのだけど。
Yes, that too, but
なんだか嫌な風が吹いてるから。
I don't like how the wind is blowing now.
ああ、確かに今夜の風は生ぬるくて気持ち悪いよな。
Yeah, I feel it too. It's really muggy and gross out. It's the stench of all the blood from the human beings being killed.
それに変な匂いもする。なんだろうな、この鉄みたいな匂い。どこから運ばれてきてんの？
And it smells weird too. Kind of like a hot iron. I wonder where it's coming from. Go back to bed, child. You don't need to know. No need to give them nightmares, right? Tragedy began under the dim moonlight. The young and beautiful man's blonde hair shimmered in the darkness. Yeah. His face was filled with madness as he wielded his giant halberd.
神よ
Yeah, at this point, I don't know how this is going to divert into a salvation end. I can only imagine I did something wrong, or because we didn't... No, that would make sense, because on the guides, they're like, hey, make a save file here, make a save file here, make a save file here. Load save file 5. Pick. Support him. That's what I did.
「理不尽な試練ばかりを私たちに課すつもりなら」
You're so determined to give us your absurd trials?
その力で私を
Try to stop me with that power of yours. The first victim from the residential district for many of the Ralivers was a royal guard reaching out to him while on patrol. Barreau Lucas Proust only needed a few hours. With a population of about 3,000, the country of Varpachel was dyed in fresh blood. He would go down in history as the worst killer of all time.
やだ、助けてくれ。金ならいくらでも払う。俺はまだバックアップを取ってない。
Basically, everyone here is dying. It's a slaughter. It's a complete slaughter. Within an hour, he filled the majority of Cheddars with blood. Hiding inside their homes meant nothing. With his physical strength and halberd, everything fell to ruin.
死にたくない。死にたくない。本当の意味で死ぬってこんな恐ろしいもんだったのかよ。
Screams for help burst from each house whose doors were broken through. The Relivers who tried to escape were found outside and immediately executed.
臆するな。どれだけ腕が立とうが相手は一人。数で押しつぶせば勝てる。
I don't know what kind of numbers you have, Royal Guard F, but you're gonna need, like, at least 500 guards going at him at the same time, and that actually probably isn't enough either. You probably want more like 1,000, 5,000 to subdue him. The corpse and the Royal Guard appeared to stop the threats. With over 50 of them, they didn't doubt their victory in the slightest. But Lucas laid waste to them all, without even suffering a scratch. Sweep, swipe, thrust, crush. Surrounding Lucas everywhere. Everywhere he went were screams, blood, and bodies. Only 3 remained.
下がるな。死ぬ気でこの場に押し止めろ。
Don't retreat. We have to stop him here with our lives.
クーネとセルネボル、どっちに逃げられてもこの国は終わるぞ。
The country is finished if he escapes in the Coin or Cheddar, Cernaval.
情は捨てて
He's in Cheddar.
殺すつもりでかかれ。
Go after him with the intent to kill.
なもん分かってるけどよ。
Yeah, don't go to tell me twice.
冗談きついぜ。あの先代の息子がブローだ。
Still can't believe it. The old boss's son was Barreau. The Albert came from for Hugo, who shouted as he swung his sword. It was a merciless blow without passion.
Hugo!
Yves rushed forward to somehow parry the oncoming halberd before it struck its mark. Instead, his collarbone was shattered.
受け止めたわけでもないのに、この威力。
I barely blocked it and it still got me good.
まさかこんな形で、リュウカ先生の実力を知る時が来るなんて。
I never expected to find out how strong Lucas was like this.
真正面からやり合うのは無謀だ。弾くか受け流して。
It's too dangerous facing him on head on. Just parry and dodge.
簡単に言ってくれんな、能天気。俺はお前らと違って凡人なんだよ。
He's here said and done. I'm not a battle warrior like you guys. Yves didn't stop and focused on parrying the incoming blows.
リュウカ先生、どうしてこんなことを？
Lucas, what are you doing? It didn't seem like Lucas heard anything that was being said. Why was he on such an evil rampage? The question couldn't be answered, and neither could his expression be seen during his furious attacks. Arrows came flying toward him, but they were swatted down with a sweep of his halberd. Adolf clicked his tongue and shouted,
あんたに託したセレスはどうした？あいつまで殺していたら俺はあんたを絶対に許さねえ。
What did you do with Ceres? If you killed her, I'm gonna make you pay with your life. Ceres. That simple name was all that was needed. For a moment, Lucas stopped moving. He roared mindlessly, with murky black eyes. His sanity was completely lost. If so, then perhaps the massacre was something he didn't want to do. They knew how kind and compassionate he was, and they finally realized. That short period of turmoil would create a new tragedy. Lucas raised his halberd high into the air as he let out a silent scream.
みんな逃げ！
Everyone run! Maybe they could have been the best of friends. Alas, the killer mercilessly, cruelly, unknowingly reaped the lives around him. I somehow persuaded the reluctant uncle to let me share this information I knew with a member of the corps nearby. We headed for Saint-Naval via Cheddars, but
これはなんともひどい力任せに殺し尽くしたといった具合か。
how horrible. He massacred them all with brute force. I'd hate to live there on that night. Lucas was nowhere to be found. Death and tragedy were left in his wake. Disfigured corpses lay strewn across the area, and a smell of iron filled the air. I couldn't see a single survivor. We didn't make it in time. He said no. He said that he didn't want to kill others anymore. Seeing me stumble with despair, Anko gently supported me.
すまない。私がもっと早くあの男の正体を突き止めることができていれば。
I'm sorry. If only I had discovered his identity sooner.
少なくとも君を巻き込むことはなかった。
I could have at least kept you away from him. Identity? I thought you knew who he was when you told me that the deaths weren't resolved. You said that the deaths related to Barreau, which is the beginning.
理由は語れないが。
I cannot disclose much to you, but
私は別の人間を犯人だと思い込んでいたのだよ。
I was under the impression that another person was the culprit. But he discovered that the person he suspected was not only innocent, but also didn't exist. Which was why he investigated further to find out who Barreau really was. He found out it was Lucas, and was killed once by him for discovering truth. Anko spoke with great regrets when I hear a weak voice. We quickly moved some of the bodies that lay on the ground to find. Yves! Adolf! They probably tried to stop Lucas in battle. I found Yves barely holding on to consciousness, while Adolf was out cold. Your wounds! Wait, let me stop the bleeding. With the help of Anko, I tore my clothes and somehow bandaged their wounds.
ありがとう。多分、ユーゴも近くにいるから。
I think
彼も手当て
Hugo's around,
欲しい。
so please check on him too. Yes, I will, so you just... I stopped mid-sentence, from utter shock, seeing the horribly injured body that we moved away from Yves earlier. Hugo? I don't even... I'm curious, but at the same time, probably don't really want to know just how injured he was. But I feel like he probably lost a limb or two. He was on top of Yves and took a horrible blow in his place. It seemed as if Yves was in a haze, that he didn't notice the body of his best friend beside him.
こらえてくれ。今彼に真実を明かすのはあまりにも酷だ。
Stay strong. It's not the right time to disclose the truth. I somehow nodded as I shook with disbelief.
イブと言ったね。自己紹介したいところだが、あいにくその時間はなさそうだ。
Yves, was it? I would introduce myself if time were not of the essence.
ブロー、リュカ・プルーストがどれだけの犠牲者を出したのか、数はわかるかい？
Do you know how many victims fell to Barreau? Lucas Proust.
少なくとも100人以上。
At least 100.
この短い時間にそんなにも。殺されたのは全員リライバーかい？
So many lives in such a short time. Were they all relivers? Yves nodded weakly.
マティスがブローが現れたことに驚いて外に飛び出したら
Mathis. He ran outside, surprised to hear that Barreau appeared.
彼を守ろうと追いかけてきたジャンがリライバーと勘違いされて
Jean chased after
その
him
まま
to protect him, but he was mistaken for a reliver and
なんとかマティスは守りきって避難させたけど他にもたくさんの人間が
he somehow protected Mathis, made him run to safety. But so many died. So many. It can't be.
無理もない。肌に浮かぶ文様以外にリライバーと人間を区別する方法はないのだから。
But if what they mean by who they mistook for, if they mean Mathis, then kind of sorta, yeah, because remember he's like he's homunculus. So he's not exactly human, technically. I'm not surprised. There's no other way of distinguishing relivers from humans apart from the marks on their skin. Anko then stopped asking him questions, sensing that any more was too much for him to bear now. He then picked up an arrow snapped in two.
本当に彼は人間なのか?
Is he really human?
矢をもみ切るというのなら、私の奥の手も通じないじゃないか。
If he can see arrows in the air, then even my tricks won't be effective. Lucas had finally reaped the life of someone close to him. The endless despair was overwhelming. If the man was in front of me now, I would yell at him to return the past he stole from Lucas, to return Nadia. But that won't happen. Like water, time flowed only in one direction, unless you go to that other country and... But for the most part, it wasn't that I was hoping to find happiness with him. I simply wanted to spend the remainder of his life indulging the little selfishness he had. I wanted to be with him and repent with him for all he had done. But God won't even allow us such a small wish. I knew it wasn't possible now, but I still couldn't hold back my tears. Uncle looked at me with a pained expression.
姫君、これで分かっただろう。彼にこちらの言葉はもう届かない。
Princess, do you see now? He can no longer hear our words.
このまま彼の命が燃え尽きるまで安全な場所に身を隠そう。
Let me take you somewhere safe to wait until his life comes to an end. Ango's suggested course of action? I'm sorry. I can't do that.
何?
What? I shook my head. All this time, I've been confused. So I've never once said to my teacher, who has gone mad, if you can't take it anymore, you can say you want help. It's okay to voice your anger. You saved me in the past by telling me I don't need to be strong all the time. So it's my turn to save you. I need to tell him that he doesn't need to be strong anymore. I promised.
確かに彼の境遇には同情できる。だが
I understand that his situation is a terrible one, but
もう彼は許される範疇を自ら超えてしまった。
he's already gone past the boundaries of what is considered forgivable.
だというのになぜ
So why are you still? It was obvious. Because I love him. Oof. I know it's strange. I don't understand my feelings either. I must have looked like the fearsome death as I smiled in the midst of chaos and tragedy. Of course, I've been let down by how he deceived me for so long. But I admit I've lost. I can't seem to bring myself to hate him, even now. My sense of judgment feels completely dull now, but still, I was sure Lucas was waiting for me, even in his madness. I see.
そうか。
Anko's face warped for some reason upon seeing my smile.
君の彼の
He can't
思いは
win.
分かった。だが 君が言ったところでどうやって彼の強行を止める？
I understand your feelings toward him. But how do you plan on stopping his massacre?
まさか自分が呼びかければ目を覚ましてくれるはずだなどと。
I hope you do not believe that simply calling his name will bring him back. This is not an anime.
綺麗事をのたまうわけではないだろうね。
Surely you must have a better plan. I took a breath. Of course. All the pain I felt suddenly disappeared. I do have a plan to stop him. But I need your help, Anko.
聞こう。
How so? Oof. I whispered my plan as a nearby house crumbled to the ground. After hearing my plan, Anko's expression showed disbelief, then rage.
いやはや参った。
My unbelievable.
どうかしている。姫君、君は正気かい？
That is outrageous. Dear princess, have you gone mad? I'm completely sane. And I'm prepared for whatever happens. I know it'll cause you suffering, so I'm sorry to even ask. I knew what I was asking of him was selfish, especially given how he had kept watch over me all this time. But I had no intention of stopping now.
思いとどまってはくれないのだね。
You won't reconsider, will you? Yes. He has committed so many sins that there's no going back. So my role now is to prevent him from ruining as many lives as possible. To be specific, I don't want to have anyone else stop him besides me.
まったくあの男め、私の仕事を増やす罪人の分際で憎たらしいじゃないか。
The bastard. How despicable that a sinner would increase my workload to this extent.
ようやく会えた私の同胞の心をこんなにも短い間に射止めてしまうとは。
To think that he was able to capture the hearts of my partner so quickly.
焼けてしまうな。冥界で何度罰しても足りないぐらいだ。
I am quite jealous. No punishment in Hades will ever be enough for him. Uncle's voice shook as he spoke words that didn't fit the situation. I assumed it was his way of saying yes. Sure. Eves, I'm gonna borrow your sword. I picked up the rapier, sitting on the ground next to the now unconscious Eves. I lowered my head to Anko. Will you please help me stop my teacher, who is doing too much to be strong?
姫君がそれを望むのなら。
If that is your desire, dear princess.
不死の体などいくらでも差し出してみせよう。
Will offer you my immortal body as many times as you want. And he has many times, if you count every route. Urged by the hatred implemented into his mind, Lucas arrived at the base of Reliver Technology. The guards looked from afar at the man who drew blood from those around him, and was now intruding on restricted property. They knew exactly the threat he posed from hearing the tragedy that struck Cheddis and the entrance of the Institute, which was why they didn't hold back in either offense or defense, showing no mercy. They should have just locked themselves in a room.
核兵器を下ろせ。絶対に所長たちの元へと行かせるな。
Lower the barrier. Don't let him get to the director.
あの方とここの設備に何かあったらアルペシェールは完全に崩壊するぞ。
Arbitral will fall to ruin if he gets to him or destroys the facility. The guards drew their bow in preparation for the siege. A thick glass wall lowered from the ceiling.
核壁が折れるまで残り5秒。あれだけ離れていれば余裕で間に合いますよ。
5 seconds before the barrier shuts. We got this place secured if he's that far away. Wait until you're actually safe before you say stuff. The hallways and corridors leading to the lab, to which Cyan and the others had evacuated, was shut away with barriers. He may be a monster, but he was still human. The gods reveled in a sense of victory, thinking that he wouldn't be able to break through the fortified glass wall. Lucas took a step forward, toward a gloating man. Another step and then another, and he just kicked it, or slashed it, or punched it, in shattered pieces. In an instant, he was in front of the guards. The death toll for the guards was now 5. Lucas boldly moved onward past the screaming and the deaths. None of the walls touched the floor in time, as Lucas quickly slipped under them with superhuman speed. Everyone at the Institute was a reliver, which was why Lucas had no remorse or concern about killing anything that moved. He killed and killed, but the hatred swelling in his chest didn't die.
どこにいる
Where's
シアン・
Bro
ブロフィ
Flies?
ワーズ。お前だけは私が
I will kill you with my own hands.
こん
殺せるものなら殺してみろ。
Let's see you kill me then. Beyond the door he destroyed was a device used specifically to manufacture relivers. And
いやー、実に面
I
白
thought
い
he。was gonna die in this thing. So.
お前のような異常個体を目にするのは俺も初めてだ。
Very interesting. It's the first time I've seen an abnormality like you. Anomaly. Abnormality. Anomaly. Cyan clapped his hands, welcoming Lucas and the destruction he caused. Lucas leapt toward his target like a beast, but
おっと、こんな間近で観察させてくれるとは。
aha! I never expected I'd be able to observe you this closely.
お前は間違いなく教師の鏡だ。では遠慮なく探求心を満たさせてもらおうか。
I suppose it's your way of teaching me about yourself. Very well. I will use this opportunity to satisfy my curiosity. Cyan scoffed as he evaded the strike. Cyan continued to smile, while narrowly dodging the successive attacks. In the corner of the room was a small figure.
いやー、ハルバードの風圧がこっちまで届いてる。どんだけバカ力なんですか。
Halbert's blowing wind! This far? He's stronger than expected.
っていうかシアンさん、なんでそんな恐ろしい人相手に
His
わ
power
ざ
level
わ
is
ざ挑
over
発なんかす
9,000.
るんです。
Cyan, why the heck are you trying to rile up such a dangerous person?
黙れ。これも戦略だ。
Shut up. It's part of my strategy.
口出ししてる暇があるならお前はとっととロックを解除しろ。俺の体力も無限じゃないぞ。
If you have time to talk, hurry up and disable the lock. It's not like I can keep this up forever.
分かってますよ。
Understood.
もう誰ですか？こんな状況で外からハッキング仕掛けて僕らをここに閉じ込めたのは。
What the hell? Who hacked us? Who hacked into the system to lock us in here? Cappuccino? Maybe? Only person I can think of, but isn't he busy right now? Maybe not. Donut typed into the system as quickly as possible, complaining about being locked in. Sign was focused on evading the attacks as cold sweat appeared on his skin, still figuring out the secret behind Lucas's power.
体育に見合わぬ筋肉の異常な発達。やはり単なる才能や体質の一言では説明できん。
His muscles are abnormally strong, despite his slight figure. Mere talents and physical traits aren't valid reasons for his strength.
まさか妹とは真逆の
Could he be the opposite of his sister?
体を強化する類の遺伝子疾患。そんな症例が実在するのか。
A person with a genetic disorder that strengthens his body? Is that even possible? It would be interesting. It would make things make sense. His strength. Instead of it being like superpower or something, having it be like a genetic change. Also, that means they just need to tweak Nadia's, right? Or something? Though it's hard to believe, it would make sense that the siblings would both possess unusual muscular properties.
妹
Yes, you have a sister. Suddenly, Lucas stopped in his tracks.
妹私の大事な
This is actually probably going to trigger him
Nadia.
instead.
なぜ懸命に生き抜いてきたあの子が
Why? She did her best to live. Why her?
あんなことに
Why did that happen? He understood it now.
お前、思考の自由を奪われているのか。
Someone took away your ability to think. That was one of the worst forms of torture that Cyan could imagine as a researcher. Coming to that realization led him to the thought of a scientist stupid enough to do such a foolish thing. He had a hunch as to why he would do that.
ナディアに何かあったんです。
Did something happen to Nadia?
この前会った時、彼女なんだかちょっと元気がなくて。
She wasn't looking well the last time I saw her.
お兄さんと何かあったのかなって心配してたんですけど。
So I was worried that it had something to do with you. Lucas didn't respond to Donut's words. He suddenly went into a coughing fit and fell to the floor, spitting blood from his mouth. Cyan could tell immediately that it was because his time was up.
どう転ぼうがさほど持たんのか。どうせなら生きたまま保管したかったんだが。
I suppose the end was inevitable. If only we could have kept him alive.
リライバー化しようにも装置へ運ぶまでにまた抵抗されてはな。
Even if I attempted to make him a reliver, he would only fight me the entire way. Cyan found, as he thought about what he could do,
シアさん
Lucas grabbed a pole of the halberd that lay next to him. A single swipe. Cyan tried to evade the attack, but his left leg separated from his body. Lucas then used the momentum against the genius presiding over the life in this country. The halberd came swiftly from above and... Cyan Brofai sprayed the air with blood from his chest and fell to the ground dead. He then destroyed the backup units in the laboratory where Cyan may have kept the stock of lives. Witnessing the destruction, Donut shuddered from where he stood near the locked exits.
冗談じゃない。あれじゃリライバーとしても蘇れないじゃないですか。
You've gotta be kidding. If he keeps that up, there's no way anyone can come back as a reliver. Donut immediately gave up on disabling the lock. He then glanced at the duct large enough for a child to crawl through. He somehow slipped in before he became Lucas's next victim.
ナディアがどうとか言ってたけど、やっぱり彼女の身に何かあったんだ。
He said something about Nadia. Something terrible must have happened.
だって彼女の主治医のカプシーヌって絶対あのオーティさんだもん。
The doctor assigned to her was Capuchin, who I'm sure must be Orti. But if so, that means Nadia is...
マヨ、諦める前にまずは調べてみよう。
Screw it, I'm not giving up hope yet. Just like I'm not giving up hope that maybe somehow we're gonna... No, okay, actually I died. I'm giving up hope. I'm pretty sure this is a despair end we somehow ended up on. I mean, obviously it is Cyan's dad, so... Now waiting for the halberd to be thrown inside the ducts? Not waiting. Donut crawled his way through to freedom. We helped any survivors we found along the way, until we finally reached Science Institute. The place was painted red like flames, even more than Enchetta's. We went around each room until we happened upon a certain laboratory. He's here. Lucas?
とうとう彼を手にかけてしまったか。
So finally killed him, I see. He was looking down with an expression at what was once Cyan. He slowly turned around and looked at us with dull eyes. He reacted like a child, tightly gripping the blood-stained halberd with his hands. I could only assume he would try to kill me without realizing what he was doing. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I'm here for you. Look at you, always acting so rashly when you're left alone like this. You must be tired. Why don't you have a rest? None of my words reached him. He probably recognized me as one of the Relivers he was bent on killing.
リライバー殺さないと。
Need to kill.
殺さなければまたすべてを奪われる。
I'm sorry, bro, but you kind of already lost everything and permanently if you slash Ceres. See.
ナディアも彼女も
Nadia, my dear.
もう取りこぼさない。
I won't lose anyone
今
anymore.
度こそ
I'll protect him with all my might. His time was wrapped and trapped in an illusion, and he would never get it back. His wish could no longer be fulfilled. Lucas embraced himself, as if he were trying to hold back from crying. It was then that Anko moved in front of me. He asked me a question, with his back turned to me.
最後にもう一度だけ確認するよ。
I will ask you once more.
本当に
Are you
良
sure?
いのだね。
I knew what kind of end we would face. Yes, I'm ready. I took a deep breath and nodded. I'm sorry to drag you into my selfish plans.
何これは力及ばなかった私の罪だ。
Why? It is my own fault for being unable to prevent this outcome.
さようなら、セレス。いつか冥界かどこかで再会しよう。
Farewell, Ceres. We will meet again in Hades one day. He disappeared into a haze. Smoke bomb. But there's no pillar nearby for him to dodge into. Suddenly he was in front of Anko and slashed his slender body in half. Oh, because he dashed there. But Anko was the watchman of death. He spewed blood from his mouth as he smiled eerily, defying death.
さあ、死神による浄化の時間だ。
Now it's time for death to purify you.
甘んじて受け入れたまえ。
Accept your,
殺人鬼。
accept your fate, murderer. Oh, we are on the right end? This is new. I didn't see this before. Okay. So, I guess this is the salvation end. I think this is fitting for now. Okay. I saw Lucas's blonde hair from between Anko's split torso. I thrust his Yves rapier through the gap with all my might. His immortal body acted as a cover to make my blow unavoidable. I could tell through the palm of my hand that the rapier pierced flesh. Blood spewed from his neck. Blood dripped from the sword's hilt to my hand. I wasn't sure how many seconds had passed. After a moment of silence, I looked around. The Watchman of Death, who had been split in two, had disappeared. The heck you go, Anko? Anko... Did he leave on his own? Or was he returned to Hades after losing his body? I wasn't sure which, but... I'm sorry you had to deal with my selfishness. I'll repay you when I end up in Hades, I promise. I offer my prayer, not to heaven, but to hell. And... Lucas? I moved next to my beloved, and crouched down to the floor to stay by his side. He struggled to breathe as he bled. Perhaps it was just instinct that made him press down on his wound, but I had pierced an artery in his neck, from which blood continued to flow to form a river of red. The sight brought me to one conclusion. He couldn't be saved. I knew this would happen. Ah! I knew there was no other way to stop him. But my feelings didn't match my resolve. Anger, sorrow, and despair rose from within. I slowly came to realize that I delivered the final blow to my most beloved. I bent my body forward and let out a wail when... We're gonna get a Romeo and Juliet ending, aren't we? I heard a gentle whisper. I quickly looked up to see him staring at me. That, or Ceres is gonna end up, or Donut's gonna somehow end up saving Nadia, and Ceres is gonna take care of her. One or the other. I quickly looked up to see him staring at me. Suddenly, his bleeding pale lips slowly began to move. It's nighttime. Really? Why are you asking like it's a question? I did my best to wipe away my tears. But yes, good morning, Lucas. I cut you here. Does it hurt? I wanted to tell him that I was the one who landed the critical blow. He responded. I see.
私はまた狂気に負けたのか。
I lost to madness again. Lucas let out a sigh of relief. Instead of words of hatred to me. But this also meant he was remembering. Remembering what had happened until now. The tragedies he inflicted in the course of a single night.
誰も殺したくないと叫んだそばからこのありさまが
I yelled that I didn't want to kill anymore. And look at the results.
すべての罪をリライバーに押し付け断罪人気取りとは
I pushed every possible sin onto the Relivers, and acted as if I was some force of justice.
本当に私は救いようがない。
I really am the worst. His forced laughter made him choke out blood.
やはり私には
I knew it's I.
リライバーのことを
Well, yes,
悪魔
but
と呼ぶ資格など
I didn't have the rights
だ。
to call Relivers demons.
私こそが人のふりをしているだけの化け物。
I mean, yes, but also it wasn't. He chose it, but you know, he didn't set out on this path because he wanted to. But in a way, he's not wrong. There's the circumstances, then there's the actions. I was the one pretending to be human. I'm a monster. He looked down on himself as he faced death. I grabbed his hand to stop his self-loathing. It was terribly cold. My hand began to shake, as I already saw a future where he no longer existed. But I did my best to intertwine his blood-covered fingers with mine. I hate myself for being so useless. If I really did have powers like death, I would have been able to stop you before you went mad. No. That was just my excuse. Can't do this anymore.
これ以上は
I can't keep this
頑
up.
張れない。
Lucas actually sought death back then. But I stopped him and forced him to stay alive. As a result, I made him commit even more sins. It was all my fault. No, it wasn't. I'm sorry, Lucas. I'm so sorry I put you through so much suffering.
違う。君は何も悪くない。
You haven't done anything wrong. He shook his head in my confession.
最初から私が愚かだったんだ。
I was a fool from the very beginning. I'm gonna be honest, they're both fools, okay? You're a fool for thinking it's your fault. You're a fool for... well... we're all fools.
カプシーヌの洗脳など何の言い訳にもならない。
Cappuccino brainwashing me is an excuse. It's a half of an excuse. Honestly, Cappuccino looks sketchy from the moment I saw him, so... I feel like you had too much trust in him. Oh! Thank you for raiding, Rose! Hello! Hello, raiders! How you doing? Welcome in. We're playing Virche Evermore. We're at the doing the Salvation End for Lucas right now. I hope you guys had a good stream. Oh, you're playing Ikemen Villains? I like that game. I like William and Victor. Which guy are you focusing on the game? Oh, Harrison? Ooh. I think once I finish William, if Victor isn't out by then, I'll probably end up picking Harrison. Because his preview made his story look very interesting. So yeah, we're on well, Lucas is dying, so yeah. Yeah, stuff's happening. This is the Salvation Ends, and this is my reaction when things happened, and I realized, okay, I actually am on the Salvation End because things happened as they did in the Despair End, and I'm like, I probably did something wrong again because I have done that twice in the past. Until I found a new CG, and then I'm like, this is basically me.
Bruh.
So yeah. So either we're gonna get a Romeo Juliet, or Nadia's somehow gonna be saved, and Ceresa's gonna take care of her. That's the only way I see this ending in salvation. Too many lives were lost on this night. Too many. Cappuccino brainwashing me isn't an excuse.
たった一度差し伸べられた光に盲信し
I blindly believed everything because of a single light offered to me.
独りよがりな信仰は 貫いた結果がこれ。
The results of my blind faith were what led to this.
あげく私のような男のために君の優しい手を
Okay.
汚させてしまうなんて。
Worse, I dirtied your kind hands because of a filthy man like me. Don't say that. He squeezed his eyes shut in shame.
わからない。
I don't know.
なぜ私は
I mean, it's not all his faults.
と見つけた小さな光を
He is kind of a victim of circumstance, but at the same time,
手放してしまったんだ。
it doesn't change the fact that he killed people. It doesn't. Why, I finally saw a small light, and I let it go. A single teardrop fell from his eye, onto the pool of blood on the floor.
もう疲れた。
I'm just tired now.
何度希望を得てもすべてはこの手をすり抜け
No matter how many
こぼれ落
times
ちていってしまう。
I find hope, it always slips away through my fingers.
これ以上絶望に抗いたくない。
I don't want to fight despair anymore. You know, maybe we could go. He's talking quite a bit, so maybe we can actually save him? I mean, for a man who got an artery in his neck cut, he's doing pretty well. Can we go find like a first aid kit or something? I wanted to tell him to live. But I somehow held myself back from saying such a thing. No. That was something I couldn't wish for. Showing a glimpse of hope to him, right now, was likely no different from torture. But there was one thing. Just one thing I wasn't satisfied about as he slowly met his end. Music. Lucas. I wouldn't tell him to do his best. I wouldn't tell him to stand up. I wouldn't tell him to live either. What I wanted to tell him was... I don't want you to die because of despair, or because of someone else's evil. Lucas was shouldering sins beyond what could be forgiven. Still, if there's even a glimmer of hope left in your hearts, why not make it true? Even if it's only a little. I'll do what I can to help. I wanted to cry, knowing that this would mark our farewell. Hearing my suggestion, Lucas opened his eyes a bit. I mean, we might have time for like a impromptu wedding. Anyone see something we can use as a ring? He then looked like he was about to cry.
Kimi wa なんて意地悪な教え子なのでしょう。
You're such a mean student of mine.
そんな言葉を聞いてしまったら
Hearing you say that
私にも
he wants to live.
まだできることがあると
It's making me think
勘違いしそうになるでは
that there's perhaps something I
あ
can
り
still
ま
do.
せんか。
He gripped my hand as he let out a weak smile.
最後にたった一度だけ
Before I go, just once,
私はあの子のために兄として頑張ってみたい。
I want to do my best for her. As her brother. My very best.
ですが、それは
I actually don't even know how you could do that.
死にかけの私一人では
I'm trying to think. Could we use his blood to like make a cure?
ない。
Or I mean, science dead, so that's we gonna have to depend on donuts. But I'm trying to figure out how things will end up being semi-okay. But that's something I can't do alone as a dying man.
そしてその願いの果てに
And after that wish,
私はまた新たな罪を犯すことになるでしょう。
I will commit yet another sin.
身勝手だと理解していますが
I know I'm asking too much, but
セレス君、そんな私の
well, help. Just tell us what you want before you die. You're lengthening this out too long. Get to the point.
手伝っては
I want to help you before you perish.
くれませんか。
Ceres, will you help me with my last fights? Yes. I'll be with you until the very end. After all, I am your loyal aide.
ありがとう。なら私も教師として
Then as a teacher,
これ以上君に情けない姿を見せるわけには
I
い
suppose
きませんね。
I can't show my pathetic self like this anymore. He moved his hand off his neck and stood up as the blood flowed from his wound. like sands of an hourglass. So I'm curious, can you even save a guy a cut neck artery? I feel like you might be able to. Because they did say it was just that. I say just, and it's like... I don't know much about, like... how fast you bleed out at certain places. But if he's lasting this long, I feel like we should be able to find a way to help him. Arpachel was a country possessed by death. Amongst its districts were Chedes and Cernavel, where the majority of Relivers lived. Districts that the killer Lucas Proust, otherwise known as Barreau, had painted red. More than 100 victims fell to his blade. The loss was the most severe at the Institutes, the lifeline of the country. Apart from the one who had gone missing, the entire staff was killed, including Cyan Brofeis, the leading expert in Reliver technology. He killed my husband, you bitch! The devices he created to manufacture Relivers were also completely destroyed. With no way of prolonging their lives, the people were overcome with despair. Literally everything is landing on Donut's shoulders. Does he even know how to build the technology for the Relivers? Or was that a Cyan-only thing? Because their whole country is kind of screwed if he doesn't. They literally, everyone's gonna die. The outraged royal family took action. They proclaimed that Barreau, now one man, would be found and punished dearly for his crimes. Fuck this place. But to one man, the country's turmoil was expected. Fuck you! I hate this guy. I hate him. If he survives this, I am going to rage, okay? He's dead! Cyan Brofeis is dead! Fuck you. Capuchin was overjoyed to hear through his transmitter the damage Lucas had dealt to the country.
これでもうこの国に私を愚弄し見下す者は誰もいない。
Fantastic! There is no one in the country who can look down on me. Maybe not in the country, but there's plenty outside the game. I hate him. I hate him so much. He smiled, knowing that Lucas also destroyed all the Institute's devices used to create Relivers. He was sure the people were now shuddering with fear at their inescapable fates. It was then that his other motives were surfaced.
シアンが死んだ以上、この施設に残るリライバー装置の提供と私の知識をちらつかせれば。
Now that Cyan is dead, I should start offering the technology I own and show the people my knowledge.
保身しか頭にない王家のことだ。多少の犠牲には目をつぶってでも目の色を変えて私に全権力を預けるはず。
Knowing those selfish royal family goons, they would probably give me similar rights while turning a blind eye to my deeds.
国立研究所の新たな所長として 堂々と人類強化の研究を続けることも夢ではない。
I will become the new director of the institute and can boldly work on creating a new and stronger breed of humankind. No, no, no one will like that. Also, Donut's co-director, so he's next in line to become the director, so you're gonna have to take him out first. His warped smile was so wide that it looked like each end would reach his ears. He noticed his expression reflecting from the pool of blood at his feet.
しまった。我ながら、なんとはしたない笑みを。
How bad of me to think I put on such a shameful smile. Please kill him, Nadia! Please! Please, please!
すまないね、ナディア。決して君のことを忘れたわけではないのだよ。
I'm sorry, Nadia. It's not that I've forgotten about you.
君はいずれ、この国を率いる偉大な科学者の花嫁として君臨するんだ。
Again! She's 12! Soon you will reign as the bride of the great scientist who will rule over the land. Capuchin spoke to Nadia, whose bridal veil swayed back and forth. But there was one thing of concern to him. The concern that he didn't know Lucas's whereabouts after he killed Cyan.
寿命を迎えのたれ死んだか、それとも発作が起きた隙を突かれ誰かに始末された。
Maybe he died from the curse already. Or perhaps someone killed him during one of his fits.
まあ、今となってはどうでもいいことか。
Not that it matters at this point. Even if he was alive. The mind control still prevailed over his memories, to kill all Relivers aside from those associated with society. He knew that Lucas wouldn't harm him as long as he was busy outside killing Relivers. Now, no one could stop him. Yes! But the relief he felt quickly disappeared when he heard the warning siren go off.
なんだ?
Capuchin frowned at his happiness, being interrupted by a sudden message from his transmitter. Minister, please run! We can't hold him we can't hold him off any long. Like, I'm just happy Capuchin's gonna get us to do. Okay, so I'm gonna guess this is the final thing Lucas wants done. His followers screamed amidst the chaos. He could immediately tell that the followers he assigned as guards were being taken down one by one. After the initial shock.
まさか.
It can't be. But it is! He left Nadia behind and quickly headed outside to discover. No, I thought there'd be more blood. His followers were on the floor, moaning in pain. And... he was bleeding profusely from the neck and mouth. Alright, Lucas, you can't die until you finish this. I won't allow it. Lucas Proust, Bureau, held his halberd, appearing with Ceres supporting him. He stood in front of the fake minister to deliver justice. We finally reached the headquarters of the Society of Exorcists without killing any of their followers. And now we are finally here to face the source of evil, Capuchin.
バカな。
Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Capuchin's eyes focused on Lucas's neck.
貴様、そんな傷を負いながらなぜ戦うことができる？
What? How are you able to fight with that wound?
決まっている。
Love! It's love! Isn't it obvious?
ナディアの兄として
I'm Nadia's brother.
あの子をお前のいびつな愛から解放する。
I need to liberate her from your insane love.
その一心で私は彼女と共にここまで進んできた。
I came here with her so that I can fulfill my role.
動脈が切れているんだぞ。普通の人間ならば即死の傷に。
I mean, that's what I thought too, but he's lasted this long, so hey, he's overcoming it, so all the better for us. Although he does have super strength, so he kind of does he's not exactly normal, so if he can survive a cut artery longer than the average human, I guess that makes sense. It's impossible. Your artery is severed. A normal human would die immediately.
ならば私はお前の言っていた通り。
Well, now I am what you called me before.
正真正銘化け物なのでしょうね。
Undeniably, a true monster. Lucas and I took a step forward. Yay! I like that sound. Capuchin moved a step back in fear. It's no use running, Capuchin. There's no one here to save you. We also told the member of the corps and the Royal Guard that you're the mastermind behind everything. There's no one on your side anymore.
たかが小娘が化け物を従えたからといい気になるなよ。
He's not our pet, he's our boyfriend. Damn girl, don't act so haughty just because you have a monster for a pet. Capuchin looked scared at first, but now he was a lot calmer. Probably after seeing how Lucas was suffering.
少々驚かされたが、こいつが死にかけの体であることには変わりない。
You surprised me at first, but the fact that he's close to death hasn't changed.
この程度なら、私が用意した紙幣で十分対処可能だ。
Unless his personal guards are like strengthened. Basically, unless they aren't human, they're not going to stand a chance. If 50 trained soldiers didn't stand a chance against Lucas, they're going to be mowed down like ants. My personal guard is more than enough to handle this situation. Capuchin raised his hand into the air. Suddenly, one of his vaults opened to release a number of shadows from inside. Oh. I almost forgot he had a army of burrows. Yeah. Okay, maybe this isn't gonna be as easy as I thought. Ooh, okay. They leapt into the air and landed with the long cloaks between us and Capuchin. They're clones? They came out of that device, which means they're relivers.
いいえ、厳密には
They're clones.
違うのでしょう。
No, technically that's incorrect. It wasn't our enemy who corrected me, but my former teacher.
リライバーとは記憶とクローンを構成する遺伝子が
Relivers are
同
created
一人物のものから
using the
形成
genes
される存在。
and memories from a single person.
それにしては自我や
So what's different with
感
them?
情があまりにも希薄なように見えます。
But the ones we're seeing seem to lack emotions or self-control. If so,
私と同じなのはあくまで遺伝子だけ。リュカ・プルーストの人格や自我は彼らにはない。
okay, so basically they are clones just without any, like, awareness. Just no cognitive ability, just like what was installed them through the genes. And through what Capuchin installed into them or whatever. They only mimic what they learn from genes, which means they don't have a personality or awareness of Lucas Proust.
ナディアを作り変えた研究の応用で作られた文字通りの
I suppose they are created
私の
similarly.
偽物なのでしょう。
I always start too soon. I suppose they're created similarly to how he changed Nadia. They were all fake versions of me.
今さら気づいたところで遅い。
You realized it too late. Capuchin snapped his fingers, and the clones in front of him quickly positioned their halberds.
自我がない弊害で洗練さや判断力にはやや欠けるが、死にかけの貴様をほふるには十分だ。
Okay, so I don't know if what I'm thinking may or may not happen, but we do know that, you know, Donut escaped quite a while ago, heading to the hospital, which is this underground. So, perhaps in that time frame, he found this place, and, you know, he messed with the genes, or with the burrows, and instead of targeting Lucas, they're gonna target Capuchin. If that is what will happen, then thank God that's very convenient. We might actually live through this, or, you know, sooner than Lucas. Yeah. Look, let's just say it. He's gonna die either way. Unless they figure something out, he has a time limit. They may lack finesse due to bugs in their sense of awareness, but they should suffice in getting rid of you.
さあ、出来損ないの模造品たちよ。
Now go, you mindless copies.
お前たちのオリジナルとその娘を気が済むまで切り刻んでやれ。
Chop up your original and his girl until you're satisfied. The clones quickly snapped into motion, in compliance with Capuchin's command.
自分と同じ身体能力の人形3体を相手に貴様は一体何秒持つかな。
Let's see how many seconds you last against 3 replicas of you. Okay, so what I hoped would happen did not happen. Okay. Lucas moved forward to put distance between us. Any ideas on how you think this is gonna end?
私たち
I'm sorry, my clones. Before Capuchin's laughter ended, arcs were drawn in the air. The fakes all crumbled to the ground, in pieces.
Huh?
Capuchin was standing there in a stupor, trying to figure out what happened. Lucas swung his halberd to remove the blood, then looked down at the clones dead at his feet. It's okay, baby. It's okay. Lucas! I somehow ran in to support him, as more blood spewed from his mouth. My cry finally brought Capuchin back to reality. His confidence had disappeared. Capuchin stumbled over his own feet as he drove toward a hidden door in the room. He's running away, this little bastard. He's gonna make Nadia fight for him. Hurry, the key! Damn it, I never knew he would be that much of a monster. Could it be?
ここまで全て織り込み済みで、リュカのことを私に教えたんじゃないだろうな。
My supporter told me about Lucas, knowing this was gonna happen? I mean, it's not impossible. But, sound like the villagers from Minecraft. I would go with they didn't, but maybe he did. No, wait, this is no time to think. We need to escape, Nadia. There's an escape tunnel leading to the underground. No matter how strong the door was, it meant nothing to the man fighting with the last of his life. The locked door crumbled into pieces. He won't get away. I stepped over the debris as I supported Lucas through the portal. I was prepared for this, but The first thing that came into our eyes wasn't Capuchin cowering in fear, but... Nadia, no! Please. Wait, don't tell me we're gonna have to kill her, right?
Nadia.
Why does he have to do this to my sweet little angel? It was Nadia, who silently stood next to Capuchin. She didn't even flinch, despite seeing her brother near death.
ああ、そうだ。そうだった。
That's right. That's right.
こいつに君は殺せないんだったね。ナディア、どうか私を守っておくれ。
You can't kill her, can you? Nadia, please protect me. He's pathetic. Capuchin took a few steps back to use his bride Nadia as a shield. Honestly, I would expect nothing less from him to do this. But then, I heard a sticky, wet sound. I looked at his feet to see a small pool of blood. I didn't recall the floor being covered with so much blood before. Lucas and I looked closer with suspicion. We found a body laying face down on the floor in the middle of the blood. Huh? Isn't that... Is it Donut? A rather oversized white lab coat had absorbed the red blood. I hate it here! It was Nadia's newfound friend. A young man who went to the trouble of studying her disorder, who innocently told us of his discovery. I mean, I guess that's a good thing. I don't know, is it a good thing or isn't? Because while Donuts is... I still liked him. It's confusing feelings, but I still kind of liked him. You know what? Just kill everyone. There. Happy ending. The end. And then the island exploded. And everyone lived happily ever after. Or rather, they didn't. Donut?
なんだ、知り合いかね。
Oh, you know him?
なぜ彼がここに
Why is he here?
それはこちらが聞きたいぐらいだ。
That's what I wanted to know.
数時間前、どこからか勝手にこの研究室に侵入してきたと思ったら、この姿のナディアを見た瞬間。
A few hours earlier, he trespassed into the lab from somewhere. And the moment he saw Nadia... How dare you do this to my friend?
などとずうずうしいことを叫びながら 私に襲いかかってきたのでね。
He yelled random curses at me, then brazenly tried to attack me.
背後からナディアに切り殺させたのだよ。
So I had Nadia slice him from behind.
貴様。
So we somehow escaped from the institutes. And made it to the lab after somehow finding out Nadia was held captive here.
人の花嫁に慣れ慣れしく近づくから、こんな末路を迎えることになるんだ。
He deserved it for trying to go near my dear bride. Capuchin spat out words of spite as he cruelly stomped on Donut's skull. You bitch! Stop!
今すぐその足をどけろ。
Move your foot off of what was once my child. My other child. He wasn't a perfect child, but he was my child. His roar quickly stilled the air.
お前にも私にも
I thought I was supposed to cry happy tears, not sad tears.
侮辱する権利などない。
Neither you nor I have the right to insult him.
今の言葉で改めて確信した。
Your words have confirmed something, Capuchin.
カプシーヌ。
You really are.
お前はい私と同等の救いようがない罪人だ。
You really are a hopeless sinner, just like me. Dr. Capuchin's low growl was more than enough. The still air went heavy, filled with pure, unfettered malice. Following his emotions, Lucas pointed his halberd at the enemy as I continued to support him.
それは何のつもりだ?
It should be obvious what he's trying to do. He's trying to kill you. And I support it.
私を襲えばナディアが夫を守ろうと自ら応戦するぞ。
If you attack me, Nadia will take action to protect her husband.
優しいお兄様たる貴様が愛する妹を傷つけられるわけが。
I doubt our dear brother would ever hurt his beloved younger sister now, would he? Usually, yes. But honestly, all hope is lost. Dona was the only one who could have saved her, who could have turned her back. But he's dead now, so I don't see any hope of turning Nadia back to a normal human. And he's about to die, in probably 10 minutes. Or less. So yeah. I hate it here. I'm gonna look at my screensaver after we're done with this.
おい、まさか貴様。
Hey, stop! I took one step forward, in unison with Lucas. She took one step forward to protect her groom.
私は
I
お前のような外道を信じきり、この子に望まぬ形の生を与えてしまった。
I gave her life in a way that wasn't intended because I believed in a scoundrel like you.
きっともうこの子の兄と名乗る資格すら
I'm
な
sure,
い。
I'm sure I don't have the right to call myself her brother anymore.
ならばせめてこの子の人間としての尊厳を守るため
So, then to at least protect her dignity as a human.
殺人鬼は殺人鬼なりにできることを
I will do what I
果た
can
してみせる。
within my means as a killer.
待ってくれ。ならば殺すべき相手は私ではない。
Then I'm not the one you should kill. No, you are. You really are. Capuchin was pleading for his life as he hid behind Nadia.
言っただろう。お前たち兄弟の情報を私に提供したのは例の支援者なんだ。
Well, your supporter's already dead, so it doesn't matter. You're next. I told you, the person who gave me the information about you was my supporter.
だから殺すならば
If there's someone you need to kill, then
彼女。くそ、どっちだ。名前も声も思い出せない。
she... No, he? Damn it, which one was it? I can't remember their name or voice. Capuchin scratched his head with frustration.
とにかく私はあくまでそいつにそそのかされた被害者で。
In any case, I'm simply a victim who was led astray by that person and... No, you aren't.
見苦しい。
It is pathetic.
背後に誰がいようとお前自身の意志で実行した以上そんなことは言い訳にもならない。
No matter who supported you, you have no excuse for everything you've done on your own accord. His words were probably also directed toward himself.
私が多くの命を笑いながら殺した最悪の殺人鬼なら
I may be the most ruthless executioner who reaped lives with a smile.
お前は命をもてあそんで侮辱する
But you're a scum who
人
insults
間
life
の
itself.
クズだ。
Don't forget pedophile too.
罪人は罪人らしく
Sinners will be sinners.
共に冥界に落ちるとしましょう。教祖様。
Let us both go to Hades, dear minister. Moreau's condemnation rang through the room. The teacher I was supporting with my shoulder gently smiled at me.
せ セレス、君にまた辛いものを見せることに
And if you're talking about
なります
Capuchin,
が
that'll cause me happiness, but it's fine. I'm already experiencing grief, so that's a little bit more. I'll show you something that will only cause you more grief, but
本当に最後までこの身を支えてくれますか？
will you please continue to support me until the very end?
身勝手だと理解していますが
I know I'm asking for something selfish.
セレス君、そんな私の
And some he meant literally,
ささやかな
like physically.
抵抗を
For some reason here I thought he meant like metaphorically, will you help me like fulfill my last wish?
くれませんか？
But no, he meant actually literally physically supporting him. His body. But yeah, if it means Capuchin's gone, then totally. I'll give you everything I have. Will you help me with my last fight? Yes. We made a promise. I'll bear your sins too. So please, don't do your best alone. We will become sinful killers together, Lucas.
ありがとう。
Capuchin was shuddering with fear, but Lucas couldn't fight anymore. He depleted the last of his strength when he took down his clones. The only thing he could do now was use his weapon and me as his crutch to move forward. He could only move his near-dead body. The bride moved forward in unison. Tragedy after tragedy fell upon them. For the first time since their arguments, the siblings finally met face to face once again. I almost forgot the last time they saw each other normally was in an argument.
ナディア。
Her brother smiled. His younger sister stayed silent.
長い間待たせてしまってごめんなさい。
It's been so long. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
あなたは寂しがり屋だと私は誰よりも知っていたはずなのに。
I know more than anyone that you're always sad and lonely.
結果としてこんな知らない場所に一人ぼっちにさせてしまった。
Even so, I ended up having to stay alone in a place like this. I wonder if she can hear what's being said. Their conversations sounded like they were still in her hospital room. A final chat between a brother and his younger sister began.
あなたと離れている間、日記には書ききれないほどのたくさんのことがありました。
I'm gonna have to write them for him. There are many things that I need to write into our diary since we last saw each other. I killed about 1,000 people. Destroyed the only hope for their civilization. My girlfriend, sliced my neck already. My younger sister turned into a monstrosity via the guy that I trusted. And now I have to fight and kill her. Yeah, that is quite a lot. I'm trying to think of the positives here.
でも私だって
My baby
神
girl.
様の心の支えにぐらいなりたいって。
But I want to be some support to you, brother.
いつでもお話を聞けるよ。痛い治療も苦いお薬もたくさん我慢してきたのよ。
I've been bearing the pain and suffering from the treatments and medicine just so we can keep having our conversations.
でも兄様はいつもニコニコ笑うだけで口一つすらこぼしてくれない。
But you, all you do is smile. You never once complained in front of me.
たった一人の家族なのに。
I'm supposed to be your only family too.
あなたの言葉をきっかけにして。
She deserved better than this. Your words moved me back then.
私、恥ずかしいことに彼女の胸を借り弱音を吐いてしまったんです。
I was so ashamed that I had to lean on Cerez and show her my weakness.
もう頑張るのが辛いと年がいもなくほぼ泣いているも同然に。
I said that I couldn't do this anymore. I broke down despite my age. Well, one, you're only 22. You're still really young. Two, it doesn't matter what age you are anyway. Everyone's allowed to break down every now and then. Especially when they're experiencing this kind of shit. Trying to think of something for free, but I'm just thinking this reality sucks. But no, he's allowed to. Everyone's allowed to. We all need a good cry every now and then. And that's okay.
ですが、セレスがもう一人で頑張らなくていいと言ってくれたことが。
But Cerez, she told me I didn't need to be strong and do my best all alone.
本当に
It was so
嬉しく
happy.
て 自分が今苦しんでいることにようやく気づくことができた。
It was then that I finally realized I was actually suffering.
同時にあなたに自分の感情を
I get it, he was trying to be
ひた
strong for
隠
his
しに
sister.
していたことを
And that's
ひど
understandable.
く悔いた。
But her argument was valid. Since they're the only family they have, he should have, been a little more honest with her, depended on her a little more. He shouldn't have tried to take on all the burden. At the same time, I regretted hiding my emotions from you.
だから
Which
こ
was
れ
why
からは呆れられても構わないから、あなたにもそんな情けない姿をたくさん見せようと
even if you were disgusted by me,
いたんです。
I decided I would show you my pathetic self whenever I felt weak. He spoke his resolve in the past tense. It was because he knew very well that his wish could no longer be fulfilled. Nadia raised her giant claw into the air. She calmly looked down at her brother. A single swipe would easily crush the both of us together.
いいぞナディア、そのまま殺せ、
Shut up,
殺してしまえ。
Good, Nadia! Kill him! Kill him!
冥界に落ちるのはその男だけで十分だ。
He's the only one who needs to go to Hades. Capuchin took a step forward out of excitement. He inched forward in expectation of our coming demise when... Is Donald alive? Someone grabbed his foot. Huh? Huh? Is there hope? Is there still hope? Capuchin was caught in an awkward position, making him fall to the floor. He ended up in front of Nadia, who had her claw raised high. Nadia's movement stopped temporarily as the groom she was supposed to protect leapt in front of her.
なんだ今のは。
What was that? He quickly turned to look around. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Sorry. He had faked his death. Nadia's friend was barely breathing as he lay on the floor. My child! I haven't disowned him yet. He mumbled his final words before his life finally faded. I've been playing this a lot tonight.
Bruh.
Did they decide that Lucas's experiment wasn't good enough, so that he just added another? That's kind of what I'm feeling like. That's kind of what I'm feeling like.
ディア。頑張れ。君ならできる。
タート君、私
They're not even...
せめて一度でいいから
even just once.
少しでも長く兄様たちのそばにいるために頑張ってみたい。
I want to do my best so that I can be next to them for as long as possible. Yeah, just, give us hope to take it away and kill him off permanently. Great. Nice. Sweet.
Huh?
Her arm began to move again.
許さない。
Take your vengeance! You were dirtied so bad. How dare you? The giant bright shadow loomed above Capucine. No.
Nadia.
I guess Dawn's words mean more to her than her brothers. Oof.
よくも
You.
私の大事な家族を
So it seems I will get my wish. My dear family.
兄様
My dear brother.
まさか崩壊したはずの記憶が蘇ったのか。なぜこんな突然。
What's... It can't be! Her broken memories returned? But why now? It was no use for him to try to escape.
落ち着いてくれナディア。そんな感触美しい君には似合わないよ。
Calm down, Nadia. You're behaving in a way unfitting of your beautiful self.
確かに少々リュカ君を荒っぽく扱ったのは申し訳ないと思っているが。
Yes, I was slightly tough on Lucas, and I do feel sorry for that. Nadia knows that's a bunch of bullshit.
よく考えてくれ。その姿となった君を愛せる男が私以外にいると思うかい。
Think about it. Is there anyone else aside from me who will love you in that form?
私を殺したが最後、君は愛を得る機会を一生逃すことに。
The moment you kill me, you'll lose your chance of ever finding love. Honestly, I'd rather die than be loved by him. I'm serious.
嫌だ。近づくな。
No, don't come any closer.
私はまだこの世のどこかにある美しい遺伝子たちを集めて。
I still have a mission to discover the beautiful genes that exist in this world. his bride took action against her husband-to-be. Instead of love, a blade of hatred. Do I have a yay? No. Oh wait, oh this... What is this? Actually, I don't know what this sounds like. Oh, too late. Oh well. Okay. Well, yeah, he's gone, so... His dying scream continued for a moment. He was sliced deep by the same claws he gave to his bride. The mad scientist, who sought the most beautiful genes, met an abrupt end. The only ones left alive were me, Lucas, and Nadia, who was sitting on the floor after killing Capuchin.
Nadia!
Lucas and I rushed over to her. Nadia slowly raised her hand, and for the first time, saw her brother in her current form. Can she see through that thing? Apparently? Lucas visibly shook, having lost all hope of ever hearing that word from her again. I'm sorry. I was acting so childish. I wasn't angry at all. I could hear your voice and Cereza's. Okay, so she could hear despite not being able to respond or move her body or any of that, but she kind of consciously was a little bit conscious. But I couldn't respond.
もちろん、わかっていますよ。
Yes. Yes, I understand.
私の方こそ、あなたの気持ちを知らずに、一方的な。
Lucas, you're crazy. One-sided love. This is your sister. She loved you like hell. Don't be stupid. You should know this. They were like everything to each other. But I apologize. I forced my one-sided love on you without knowing how you felt. No. It's fine. Nadia was unable to move now. But from what I could hear, I could tell she was slowly returning to her kind and gentle self again.
私自分が寂しいからってカッとしちゃっただけだから
I was lonely, so I got upset.
でもセレスと仲良しに戻れたみたいでよかった
I'm glad you were able to get back together with Cerez again. If momentarily. It's all thanks to you for telling me to rely on your brother that day. I'm not afraid of him. In fact, I've grown to like him even more.
いつの間にか呼び方変わってる
I noticed you're more affectionate toward him now.
嬉しい私に新しい家族が増えたのね
I'm so happy. I have a new person to call family now. Despite her words of joy, Nadia frowned a bit.
ねえ兄様この体ねとても
I already know what's gonna happen.
苦しいの
This body hurts. It really hurts.
他の人とつながれた場所が焼かれるように痛くて時々冷たい
The parts connected to someone else's body parts hurt like they're burning. And other times, they're cold.
頭の中も兄様たちとの思い出がぼんやりとしてかすんじゃ
My mind. I can tell the memories of you two are starting to blur into a haze.
そんなの嫌だから
I don't want to lose my memories.
私はこの体から
So can you please free me from this body?
してくれる兄様がこの病気治して
Please cure me, dear brother.
痛くても我慢できるから
I can bear the pain. At least Eve's and Adolf are alive, right? And Mother's actually alive, so hey. And the kids are alive in this one? Thinking of the positives. China. Her selfish and gentle request. It expressed her hope for salvation. But to Lucas, it was a new opportunity to feel despair. We wanted her to live, no matter her form. Lucas groaned, holding back his wish that she continue clinging to life. After a few seconds of suffering, understood.
兄様が今助けてあげますね。
Your dear brother will save you.
私はそのために
That's why
ここに来たんですから。
I came here after all. Lucas silently nodded. Even if we extended Nadia's life in her current form, what would await was despair. He forced himself to recognize that as a fact. But Lucas's arms were too weak for him to swing his halberd.
セレス。
No. Don't make me do it! I understand. I helped Lucas to lift and position his halberd. It wasn't because of its weight that it was shaking. Lucas took a deep breath and cleared his last regrets from his heart. The time for farewell had arrived.
ナディア。私は結局兄として
He did the best he could.
あな
I
た
mean, he
に
went to the point of, like, killing people
何もしてあげられなかった。
for her survival, safety. He did the best he could. He's not a scientist, he couldn't cure her disease. Hell, even the scientists need to look into what her disease is. And he was just there, even just being there, as a loving sibling, is worth something. Nadia, in the end, I was unable to do anything as your brother.
もしも来世というものがあるのなら
If there is such a thing as reincarnation,
次はこんな狂った兄のもとに生まれず
I pray that you won't have another deranged brother.
温かな家族に囲まれて
Please find happiness
どうか
in a warm and loving family.
幸せに
Don't look at me!
丈夫な体じゃなくていいから。
No. I don't need a healthy body in my next life, if any at all.
私は何度生まれ変わっても兄様と姉様の妹がいい。
No matter how many times I'm reborn, I want to be your younger sister. Both of you.
ねえ、兄様。私、頑張れた。
Did good, baby. You did good.
あなたは私の世界で一番可愛くて強い自慢の妹です。
You're the strongest and the cutest in the whole world. I'm so proud of my little sister. Nadia, I'm grateful that we were able to meet. I'm proud to have become friends with you. I hate it here. The blade of liberation I held with him. In a single blow. Without suffering. It quietly pierced Nadia's chest. I wasn't sure how long it had been. The sun was probably up by now. Next to Nadia, who slept peacefully. I think we can call this the worst day ever. I think it's safe to say that now. I was now watching over Lucas, who would be following Nadia shortly. He must still be suffering and hurting inside, but his expression was strangely calm and serene. It was hard to imagine that he would be dead soon.
セレス、こんな愚かな男に最後まで付き合っていただきありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for being with such a foolish man to the end.
ですが本当にいいのでしょうか。
But is this right? To answer your question, no, this is not right. This is not how it's supposed to end. I can think of 5 other ways that this could end to be qualify as salvation. This just feels like a second experiment.
こんな 最低最悪の殺人鬼が
Fantastic, you better give. Give Lucas and Anko a better. What they deserve, what they actually deserve. Well, I mean, he does need to be punished, but still. The worst killer to have ever lived.
愛しい人のぬくもりに包まれたまま死ぬことができるだなんて。
I'm able to die beside the warmth of the person I love. I quietly stroked Lucas's cheek. I see what you mean. After all, you're a bad man, Lucas. I doubt those you killed, or their families and friends, will ever forgive you. But beyond that, I think you just had a run of bad luck. Lucas smiled weakly.
そうですね。
I guess I could agree with that. Probably right.
もしももっと早く
Just if.
あの
Where's Anko?
愛おしくも
I need directions to that other country. Then we can fix all this. I spent my time.
穏やかな日々を
If only.
君やナディアと過ごせていたら
If only I could have spent peaceful days with you and Nadia.
何かが変わっていたのでしょうか
Maybe things would have been different.
私は君を天使などではなく一人の人間としてもっと早く好きになることができて
I wish I could have fallen in love with you sooner. Not as an angel, but as a human being. Is that an anti-C? God damn it.
狂い切る前に頑張るのが辛いと言えたかもしれない。
Before I went mad, I could have said it was hard to be strong.
ナディアを共に助けてくれと声を上げられたかもしれない。
I might have even been able to ask you to help me and Nadia. But why?
どうして私は君との運命を手繰り寄せることが
Why was I unable to bring our
できな
destinies
かっ
together?
たのでしょう。 会ならいくらでもあった
The
は
opportunity
ずなのに。
was always there in front of me.
それだけが悔しくて
That's
たまらない。
my one and only regret now. Tears he held back all this time finally fell from his eyes. Me too. I raised my voice as his eyelids began to lower. I wanted to change your fate too. I didn't want this to happen. I wanted to be with Nadia so that we can send off the person we loved with smiles. Tears fell from my eyes, blending with Lucas's before disappearing into the pool of blood. The more I spoke, the more I regretted. Our hearts and minds finally joined for only a moment. That wasn't enough. I wanted him to love me more. I wanted to love him more. I wanted him to be with me forever. Words of love filled my mind. Just let him go.
その言葉だけで十分です。セレス、私も君を
I know.
愛してる。どうかこんな最低な男の愛など忘れて。
Please forget your love for a horrible man like me. No.
命の尊さを知る他の優しい誰かと。
Seriously, where the hell to go? Just in case it is there. I pray you find someone else who is kind and understands the sanctity of life.
幸せになって。
Please find happiness. A small, small wish. I nodded, but as the light faded from his eyes, I was no longer sure he could see me. Even so, Lucas rubbed my cheek. Lucas gently rubbed his cheek against my lap. And
本当に
And we knew it was gonna end like this, so
私にはもったいない最後だ。暖かい。
he smiled with pure happiness. With the last teardrop, he finally went to sleep. I took a deep breath. I caressed his cheek, but there was no response. You've done well. You were strong, and you did your best until the very end. But this time, you don't have to do your best anymore. Please rest in peace. Good night, Lucas. Sweet dreams. So usually, like usual, there's probably gonna be after credits, so yeah, I don't know. They'll probably have like a funeral for Nadia and Lucas, and Yves and Adolf will be there, and the kids, and yeah. They did him dirty. They did his root dirty. There we go. We love the play. And I'm now paranoid about that ant. That time machine and go back in time and tell little Lucas not to take that minister's hand? Can we do that? And that'll be the way it ends?
「あの事件の顛末を教えろ」
I mean, yes and no, but also I've kind of given up. You want to know what happened? Oh, he lived? My husband lived? Okay, that's a positive. Our husband lived. And that also means there's hope for the human race or their country. But how? The Reliver technology was all destroyed. Unless he had a backup place. Did Donut live? A reporter? Interview?
あれを大衆向けの娯楽にするため、この研究所で唯一生き残った俺を訪ねに来たわけか。
Okay, so no. You came to see me, the only survivor of the Institute, so you can turn that into entertainment for the masses?
だが残念だったな。俺は巻き込まれはしたが、当事者ではない。話すことなどないぞ。
Too bad for you. I was a victim, but I wasn't involved in that mess. There's nothing for me to say.
リライバーとして蘇った理由を教えてほしいだと？
I mean, yes, now, kind of, yeah. You want to know why I was able to revive as a reliver?
そんなもの、予備のバックアップを取っておいたからに決まってるだろう。
Okay, so I was right. He arranged backups as backups. Okay, yeah. I suppose, yeah, I shouldn't have underestimated him. Also, if they didn't bring him back, like I said, the whole entire country is kind of screwed.
命を狙われるのはあれが初めてではないからな。
After all, that wasn't the first time someone tried to kill me.
とはいえ、あんな殺人鬼がまた生まれてきたらたまらん。
That's sad. I can't have another killer like him appear again.
遺伝子疾患がもたらす人体の変化にも多少興味が湧いたことだし。
I'm not curious about the changes in the human body brought about by genetic disorders.
死神の呪いを解き、人並みの寿命を得た後。
First, I will lift the curse of death, so that everyone lives as long as they should.
そちらを研究するのも悪くはないな。
But it won't hurt to study it afterward. You're gonna have to find someone to study. Uncle! Uncle, it's your chance! It's your big chance! You can comfort her! You can have your happy end! How many years had passed since the tragedy that swept the tiny country of Arbichel? It had been a while since I last kept count. The Red Town had been restored, and the lost lives had been replaced with new ones. It was so peaceful now that it was hard to believe such a tragedy actually happened. The Reliver manufacturing devices were destroyed, but Sai and Brofeis, who cleverly returned to life, put his knowledge and technology to good use. Within 10 or so years, the devices were prepared, and he doubled his research staff. But this Lycoris field, it had changed, and was still detested and despised by the people. Among the flowers of misfortune was shadow.
今年もまたこの日を迎えたか。
So this day has arrived again. A lone, dusty grave amongst the black flowers. As the watchman of death, I swept the dust off the gravestone with my hand. Etched upon the gravestone were the words, "Here lies the executioner, Barreau, and his beloved partner." A single sentence adorned the stone.
やあ、1年ぶりだね。
It's been a year now, hasn't it? I paid my respects to the lovers beneath the stone. That night, the nightmarish murders committed by Lucas Proust, also known as Barreau, his legacy had gone down in history as the worst incident in the country's history. The citizens who survived that incident and their friends and relatives, some amongst them pitied Lucas, but others held a grudge until the very end. But the one noted as the mastermind behind the tragedy was the anti-Reliver minister of the Society of Exorcists, Capuchin. Further investigations were held, and the people discovered his horrifying research being conducted deep under the hospital. It became known that he used Barreau to do his bidding, assassinating the Relivers he marked for death. That other incident where the Institute was attacked so that Simon Brofei's rights to his technology would become available. Capuchin had been named as the orchestrator. I'm still paranoid about the ants. In the end, he left his name in history books as the worst criminal in history, and was still known as such to this day.
それに比べれば、名が残されていないだけまだマシな方か。
Compared to that, I suppose not having your name in the records is a good thing.
あのシアン・プロフィワーズに最低限の名誉を守られたと知ったら、君は何というかな。リュカ・プルースト。
I wonder what you would say if you knew Simon Brofei's pulled strings to keep your identity secret, Lucas Proust. I teased him bitterly, still resentful that he sliced me into pieces before my death. I didn't feel better, as there was no response. That day, Ceres killed herself too, didn't she? That moment when everything ended.
セレスを殺した時の感触が未だに手に残っている。
I can still remember that moment when I killed Ceres with my own hands. That night, after Ceres saw Lucas take his last breath, and after she gave him a kiss, She took a shard of glass that was next to her and pointed it to her neck.
そんなもので書き切ったところで無駄に苦しむだけだよ、姫君。
Cutting your neck with that will only bring you pain, dear princess.
死ぬのならこれを使うといい。
If you wish to die, use this. Uncle, what the fuck are you doing? Didn't you live some 632 years just to save her? Why are you helping her die? Grandpa, what the hell? Back to the time machine. After my body grafted together from taking a blow as her shield, I awoke again. The knife, the dagger, no yours. Unable to stand by and watch her, I tossed her the dagger I once took from her.
どうだい？その件ならば少しはマシだと思うのだが。
See? That dagger should serve your purpose much better. You're not gonna stop me?
リュカ・プルーストを殺してでも止めるとそう聞いた時から予想と覚悟はしていた。
I knew this was gonna happen when you told me that you wanted to stop Lucas Proust, even if it meant his death.
あの時のように止めてほしいかい？
Do you wish for me to stop you like before? No. I can't leave Lucas alone. He has a sister.
ならばその旅立ち私が背を押そう。
I see. Then let me help you on your journey.
君が首を裂いた瞬間、苦しまぬよう
I
に
will end your
私が
life
とどめを刺す。
so that you won't suffer meaninglessly from a half-slit throat. Thank you very much for everything. But now that I think about it, I only gave you more work instead of reducing your load. I'm sorry I wasn't of much help.
何？構わないさ。また新たな契約者を探せばいい話だからね。
No need to apologize. I would simply seek another with whom I might form a contract. Cerez pointed the dagger at her neck. I moved behind her and raised the rapier she borrowed from Yves. I'll see you in Hades. We've caused more than enough trouble, so please judge Lucas and me to the fullest extent.
さばいている最中にのろけられたらたまったものじゃない。
I'd rather not judge you two if you're cuddled together.
それに私は地上での生活を存外気に入ってしまってね。しばらくここに居つくことにした。
Besides, I have taken a liking to life on the surface. So I will be staying here for a while.
罰はほどほどに受けて、彼とその妹と一緒にまた地上に上がってきておくれ。
Serve your sentence well. When you are finished, return to the surface with your love and his younger sister. I will. Goodbye. She felt no despair. Only the hope of meeting him again. And thus her life ended. Finally, I handed over the 2 bodies to Yves and the others who came into the scene. I asked them to bury the 2 bodies together here, so none would defile their graves. But what meaning was there in doing so? It didn't change the fact that they were swayed by evil, leading them to choose death.
所詮俺は何も救えなかった半端者だ。
I couldn't save anyone yet again. As I turned my back to leave the grave, out of nowhere, I noticed a small young girl come running in my direction. It was very unusual to see someone actually step into the field of Lycorises. She ran past me and headed to the grave. She placed a single flower on the gravestone. She clasped her hands in prayer. I couldn't take my eyes off her. She placed a flower on the grave of the detested killer. Her very presence felt extremely odd. Unable to hold back my curiosity, I asked her why.
このお墓ね、いつも汚れててかわいそうだからきれいにしてあげたくて。
His grave. It's always so dirty and sad, so I wanted to make it pretty.
それに
And
それに
and
よしよしって撫でてあげたかったの。
I want to pet it and tell it how nice it is. Okay? Strange girl.
それはどうして？
Why is that?
ここで寝てる人がね、何をしたか私も知ってる。
I know what the person sleeping here did.
でもたくさんの人を殺すって。
But people killing is bad, right?
苦しくて辛くて誰もやりたくないことなんでしょ。
It's not something anyone wants to do because it's mean and it hurts, right?
だからなんでそんなことをしたのかは私にはわからないけれど。
So, I don't know why they did that, but
殺人鬼さん、みんなが嫌がること頑張ったんだなって。
I thought they worked really hard to do stuff that no one else wanted to do. What is her mindset? I want to say it's Nadia, but it's probably not Nadia because like 10 years has passed, right? With that, the young girl gently patted the gravestone with her small hand.
君は
Are you?
おーい！いつまでそんな場所にいるんだよ。 またお母さんに怒られるぞ。
How much longer are you gonna be there? Mother's gonna get mad again.
今行く。置いてかないで、お兄ちゃん。
Is this a reincarnation of Nadia and Lucas? I'm coming! Don't leave me behind, brother.
バイバイ、お兄さん。お話聞いてくれてありがとう。
Bye, mister. Thanks for talking to me. I looked on as the young girl dashed through the field, full of spirits. I let out a weak chuckle, then tapped on the gravestone with my finger.
やれやれ。冥界で本当にのろけているのかもしれないが。
My, my. I assume you two are already cuddling together in Hades, but...
いくら私が不死とはいえ、ただ待つだけというのは退屈なのだよ。
I may not die, but that doesn't mean I won't be bored of waiting.
だから、折を見て早く生まれ変わってきてくれ。
Okay, maybe not. So please, I do hope you two are reborn on the surface soon.
その暁には、
When that time comes,
この死の番人アンクーが、
Uncle the Watchman of Death,
君たちが今度こそ幸福となる人生を見届けてみせようじゃないか。
will watch over you two so you both might finally live life in happiness. What's that supposed to be?
数えきれない罪を犯した私がこんなに幸せでいいのでしょうか。人々から憎まれ、恨まれ、それでも穏やかな気持ちでいられるのは
Well, one,
君が追いかけてきてくれたから
Uncle
な
isn't
の
quite
でしょう
right.
ね。
Maybe it's because he came
救
after
ってくれ
me.
て
He came to save me.
ありがとう。
Okay, so yeah, in one of the spare ends, Ceres took on all the guilt. She ended up being executed. Her soul met Lucas's, but you know, whoever judged his souls said, "Oh, you're innocent. Go up to heaven." And they were separated. So, although I guess she did kill herself, which is a sin. And I guess helped Lucas kill Nadia, which I guess can be. So I guess if you're counting, if you're judging that way, in that sense, then I guess yeah, she would qualify for Hades. So maybe they actually did go together in Hades. So I guess there is a possibility, but if not. I mean, I guess we can hope that they do get reincarnated. But I honestly won't count on it. I don't know, or if it does, it's gonna be a long time. I need to look at Sign for a minute because like but you know, at that moment, Adolf's probably left the country, followed in Anko's footsteps. And another dimension is being formed, where he's gonna try to save Ceres. Grandpa, why did you stop her? No, there's like 5 other ways this could have gone. Like I said, like paranoid about the ants. Like I said, Lucas could have died. Cyan or Donuts could have lived. And they could have experimented on Nadia to find a way to bring her back to normal. And then Cerez could have taken care of Nadia. And they'd visit the grave together. And she would cherish little Nadia. And, you know, they'd reminisce about Lucas. They'd figure out to find a way to cure her disease. That's one way you could have ended it. That would have been a happy end. But while also sticking to the story, because Lucas did have to die one way or another. Natural causes, or... I mean, he was... Unless they, like, whipped up a... Like in the Adolfonco Salvation route, if they found a cure quick. Only then could he have been saved. But... with Cyan apparently dead at that point, that wasn't gonna happen. Although it is good Cyan lived because, like, part of me was hoping Donut was lived too. But I guess maybe it is better he's gone. But then they kind of had a salvation route, change direction at the whole place when Nadia, with Capuchin, the whole encounter with Capuchin and Monster Nadia. The very first one. And instead of Monster Nadia, just have it been regular Nadia. And him not having done the experiment yet. Or something. They could have done that and taken things from there. But they didn't. So I was at first hoping that would happen. Then when that didn't happen, then I was hoping, okay, so maybe they escape. There's still hope for saving Nadia. So maybe they escape. Maybe they went to the Institute, asked for help, raid the hospital, and fix things that way. And in the process, you know, afterwards, find a cure for Nadia and Lucas. But then that didn't happen, and then Lucas was syringed with the crazy juice. And yep. Then I was hoping that, okay, so that's not happening, then maybe they will still raid the hospital. And, like, they'd miss Lucas. Like, Lucas would still kill and attack the Institutes, but the group who planned to go out and investigate the hospital would have already left. So I was thinking, okay, maybe that's a possibility of how it would the end would change. But that didn't happen. And the sign died. I'm like, okay, yeah, I probably picked the wrong choice and ended up in the spare route again. And in a sense, I did. But I also didn't. Because there was a new CG. So body count! About Probably 1,000 people. Probably 1,000 people, civilians. We lost Hugo. We lost Nadia. We lost Donuts. We lost Camille. Or Jean. We lost Cerez. Yeah. So Cerez, Lucas, Nadia, Jean, Hugo. We lost 5 people, 5 of the characters we're familiar with. 5 of the recurring characters we lost in the Salvation end of Lucas. Including the main ones of the Roots. Very Salvation-y.